Yo, what is going on, y'all? Another day, another you, another me. Well, on today's episode of Let's Play Age Mythology, I'm going to be doing some Castaroonies today. For the most part of today, I'm going to try and watch a whole bunch of ladder games, live ladder games, and all the other good stuff. Apparently, it's my partner anniversary, which doesn't really mean a whole lot, but it's apparently that. And yeah, that's my story. That's what I'm running with today. And I hope you guys are going to enjoy. Nox Plus, what's happening, my friend? Nemo Noom. I can see you with the old, I imagine that says happy partner anniversary in Korean. So I appreciate that. AMC, thank you for the subscription, my friend. New legend. And also hello there to Effusive HD in the old YouTube chatteroonies there as well. So we're not gonna mess around here. I'm gonna jump into our first game. We got a Pegasus versus Aztec Aussie. Today we are on a mission to watch some Gimmity games. So let's get into game number one. If this will work. Oh, it does work. I love it when things just work. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, today I present to you Age Mythology Retold. It is the retelling of the Age. In the right-hand corner of the map, we've got ourselves a Quetzalcoatl player by the name of Aztec Aussie. You guys know him better as Ben 10, Ben QVH, the Great. He is my Australian brother from another mother. Yeah, and he is going up against none other than Keen's very own Pegasus, playing as Tsukiyomi. I'm actually really interested in this specific matchup. We're just watching live ladder games at the moment, so I've got no idea if this is going to be a banger, a cracker, or a little bit of a wet noodle, but we'll see how things are going to go today for Mr. Pegasus. I'm excited for this one because I've got zero idea on how to play this Tsukiyomi god at the moment. I feel like he's very much out of my wheelhouse. I try and play my own style with him and I struggle. So I'm excited to learn a little bit from the Pegasus Rush Meister. Let's check out some relics in the center of the map. We got the scales of a Catobla pass here. Damage vulnerability of the PS minus 15%. Over on this side, we have Sharon's Obel. That's going to be a nice one there as well for whomever might get raided a whole bunch. At the top corner, we've got Hori's Hunting Bow. Just a little bit of extra food, gather rate on the hunt. And finally, Rhea's Crown. On the bottom for the talent centers and all the other good stuff. Alrighty, so we'll see how things are going to go here for the Aztec Aussie, as he has already kicked off with his Kalpuldi Lumber Outpost. I imagine he's also got his Livestock Pen in as well, and then at the very end of this, he's probably going to go for his Gold Attachment as well. He might skip it and add it on a little bit later so he gets a little bit of a faster advance time. But that being said, there's not really a huge amount of problems early game against Tsukiyomi, with the exception of potentially some sort of crazy Kama Itachi rush or like a whole bunch of Kitsune or something like that coming. So, yeah. Yes, it is the partner adversary. I have no idea what that really means. I guess this is when we got partner status on Twitch. The old Twitcheroonies. Living the dream. It's been a long time. It's been a long road to get to this point. I have to thank my mum. I got to thank my nan. And I got to thank all of the important people in my life. All right, but seriously, this should be a fun game to watch. I'm also interested in how Aztec Aussie is going to play this one. I imagine this is going to be more along the lines of, I don't think you can really play a 2TC game again unless you've got a really nice gold mine here as Quetzalcoatl. And effectively, our goal here, in my opinion, with the Aztecs is to get a good read on the map. Really got to get a good read on the map early game. So you take a look at what the enemy town centers look like is everything. So if I take a look over here and I see this town center, and this doesn't even matter about what matchup we're playing. This is just your stock standard. Like, we got to know this so we can make a decision. And then you can start saying, oh, well, it's this matchup and all the other good stuff. But this town center has no gold mines close to it. Alternatively, or also, our town center has no gold mines next to it, which does mean we can probably very comfortably here play a one town center game. Even if this gold mine back here is really safe, we can still play a nice aggressive game here. For example, also dropping a dock over on this side. We do see the new moon getting dropped on the temple here for Pegasus, as he's going to be getting himself the ivory Netsuke. He's going to be getting himself some stronger Juragumo, as well as his nine-tailed Kitsune are going to be coming through. So he wants to get some early game damage done onto the Aztec Aussie. Now, Aztec Aussie, Ben, he has a perfectly defensible gold mine. Just garrison, the Kitsune will do nothing. The food situation, however, and everything else, that's a different story as the Agave Bloom does come down. This is a nice defense, actually, for this strategy that Pegasus is going for. You can see him trying to out-damage these villages here, but it's just not going to be happening. Of course, nibbling the villages does obviously give gold over to Pegasus, but also the Aztec Aussie, I'm just going to go ahead and call him Ben. Ben here will lose out on the food. So it's not a terrible idea to just get in there and get the nibbles down. But whenever I see this Agave Bloom getting dropped early, I believe it's an indicator that the Aztec player wants to go for a fast heroic. As we do see an armory up for Ben here. And the reason why it's a fast heroic and not something else is basically because if you play for a one town in a classical fight, and I haven't seen a whole lot of people trying this yet, but I think it's very strong. If you're going to play for a one town in a classical fight type idea, then the Agave Bloom getting dropped on the main fight you want to take for healing primarily is really, really strong. If you consider how strong the healing spring is from Norse, and then you just times that by about 2, then yeah, that's what the Agave Bloom is for that fight. So it is a lot better than that healing spring and can really turn a fight early on. But that's not what's happening. So Aztec Aussie is, he's going to be going for his fast heroic. I think it's a good idea, especially on this map, even with Pegasus going for that second town center. The plan here for the Aztec Aussie is going to have to be to dominate the second gold mines. And now, of course, what Pegasus has is very, very smart as well. And maybe this is his grand plan, is because he dropped New Moon onto the temple, he gets Ivory Netsuke, which means he can get some extra gold in later on when he might need it. So, for example, from Onmaraki or from Tengu, both units that don't cost any gold. He should be able to go for those and have a very, very nice time getting through it all as the goat's coming over onto this side. And we do actually see Koyal. I need to learn this one. This one's tough. I'm just going to go ahead and call it the Star Goddess. He's going this one, which makes sense. But the question is what behind it? Because his opponent is going for Naginata Riders. So you don't realistically want to go for Eagle Warriors right off the bat here. That being said, you've got sits and middles to carry you versus those Naginata Riders. So you could potentially decide to just say, great, let's just go pure Eagle Warrior sits and middles, and then go, what are you going to do, Mr. Pegasus, against that? And of course, the answer to that would be a whole bunch of Shogun, or not Shogun, but Daimyo, or a Shogun as well. But that would be a nice way to get through that comp without too many issues. Of course, Pegasus will need to get to the heroic age, of which he is going. And I love this. I love this early on from Pegasus. Onto the second gold mine. Enjoying said second gold mine while his opponent is going fast heroic. This is the ultimate counter to a fast heroic. And this is doable on every single map. So long as you've got good pressure onto your opponent with a few units, it's doable on every single map from Steppe to Nile Shallows. Any of those open maps, you can go for this. You just have to be ready to pull the villagers off of the gold when your opponent starts leaving their base and looking for their power spike. As the spy gets taken out, the units are going to be searching. Pegasus does already have himself up his stone walls. Of course, I'm going to say it, and it is very much true. Dock, transport ship, this is not safe. So Pegasus is going to feel like he's safe because he's got the walls up, but if Ben decides he wants to wander across the map, invest some resources, he can catch his opponent out in a big way. Torty, UA, appreciate you, my friend, for the 14 months. You legend. as these units will just pull back. Another cheeky little wall coming up behind this as the units are going to be chipping away at this stone wall, doing a very good job of it, as this behind this one, I'm not actually sure if this is going to be a super good position here. He's not going to finish that wall off in the slightest, as the Starfall does come down. That's going to be 3 Tsitsimiddles in the main base of Pegasus, causing a lot of issues. Now, the good thing for Pegasus, he does have this Juragumo Venom Spinner, which will be able to get some damage onto the Tsitsimiddle, but he doesn't have any other real good answers. Watchtowers is in as the Tailwind comes down for some very big damage. Picks off 1 villager and a Juragumo onto the backside. The Ondomusha trying to come through, and Pegasus now is looking like he is somewhat stuck in the classical age. That being said, Tailwind is now done, and, well, Pegasus looks like even with a couple of Ondomusha forced out, he will be able to get to his heroic age. And, well, Ben here, his timing did some damage, but I don't think he got the real value out of Starfall that he was super looking for. He didn't get a huge amount of villager kills with it either, and he needs to be really thinking about where to go next as he pops over onto this side, going to try and take out the other stone wall. If we take a look at what he can actually see, he's got no idea that there's a gold mine over here. Now, he's also got no idea there's a gold mine over here. But he does know that he has 2 gold mines on this side, which, if you think about it, what does that actually mean? Well, it means there's 1 gold mine here, so you've claimed that one. And it also means there's another gold mine somewhere. And because you know it's not here, you've already scouted this, you know it has to be over here. So this is what we call a close gold mine, and this is a far gold mine. So a close gold mine can spawn here, or it can spawn over here. And therefore, it is here. So you can use those sort of little tiny bits of knowledge to have a guess about where your opponent's stuff is. Of course, Ben has not seen this gold mine, so he doesn't know that there is a secondary far gold mine on the map, but there is. And there's also a little bits of raids coming over here as the warrior priest is there to defend. And while Pegasus thought he was getting away with it, he did manage to get himself 1,100 gold. He does lose those villages. This is one of those things where I was praising him before with going to this gold mine early, but he did need to bail on this position once the timing came in because he can't defend it. Now, of course, this got broken down and came over here, so no real excuses. But the idea was good, just the final little step of it, and he would have really been in a fantastic position now. But a couple of kills over to Ben does elongate his ability to continue this all in. As we do see the aesthetic practices coming through for Pegasus. He wants those Tengu. Tengu, very, very good unit. However, the Tsitsimiddle is actually an amazing answer to the Tengu and an amazing answer to myth units in general. It's the main anti-myth unit, so to speak, for the Aztecs, as the Swampland does come down. Shogun as well coming down, and wow. He just doesn't care. Ben doesn't care in the slightest. He's just sitting on this swampland. The Kappa's just like, yeah, we're here. Can we just get some dudes to come close to us? A couple of units do end up getting eaten up there. Pegasus is losing some villages. He lost his Shogun, I think. The Ondomusha sitting inside the town center as the units popping up to the top side here to cause even more problems. Look at the difference in villager count, though. 30 to 47 as the Tengu causing some issues on the top. There are other units in defense here for Ben as he's continuing to search around looking for that damage. The Teshipla will be falling as the Ocelot Warriors and the good old Tsitsimiddles will break out of there. On the bottom side, also hanging out with the priest, making sure this gold mine doesn't get grabbed. And Ben needs to just basically confirm that there's not a sneaky gold mine operation going on up here. Whether or not he'll actually see that and check it doesn't really matter because it's not an issue right now, but still it's something to be concerned about for Pegasus and for Ben as well, as the Tengu now will start coming out. There's 3 on the way, but the issue very ever present here for Pegasus is effectively, can he get to that second gold mine? So there's 2 things that are going to possibly happen, or 3 things that are going to possibly happen here. Either A, Pegasus is going to get to his second gold mine and probably win the game, because once he gets there, he's going to have a huge villager lead. B, Ben is going to get that gold staff and the game is going to be over. Or C, which is my favorite, is Pegasus goes for the gold mine. Ben goes to deny the second gold mine, picks off some villagers, loses his army, but picks off a whole bunch of units as well, and the game continues along. That's the most ideal of situations. Kavod, thank you for the raiding party, my guy. I hope your stream went well. I hope your Aztec abuse went fantastic, and I hope the Twitch chatters treated you with the respect that you are due. Which I'm not sure exactly how much respect that is, though. Nonetheless, the town center of Pegasus will be getting taken down. And this here for Pegasus, this is such a good idea. He does not need to actually never mind. He's not going for, he does not need to defend this. He needs to move on to the bottom gold mine and put a castle down and just enjoy the villager advantage that he has. This area for him is not important in the slightest at the moment. Losing units is not ideal, though. He needs to be getting that comeback in. He's got to be getting that income in. So getting all his villagers to work, he should be in a good spot here so long as he gets the castle down on that back gold mine. But that's not what he went for in a very, very difficult position moving forward. Ben takes the score lead. He's got an absolutely ginormous lead in military as the Tengu gonna dive in, dive out, all the other good stuff. The gold mine still has 100 gold left in it. No one on that bottom gold mine yet, as Ben knows now that he's done that damage, all he needs to do is prevent that gold mine on the bottom. I want to see a villager wander over here. Has he seen this yet? I want to see a villager wander over. He hasn't seen it. Wander over here and drop a building. I want to see a villager wander over here and drop a building. And I want to see as well, this is something that only the Aztecs can do, no, this is not Tezcatlipoca. Doesn't even matter. Only the Aztecs can do this, but just drop a tower down on this spot, or drop a great temple down on this spot. Is a perfectly valid movement here, or perfectly valid usage here. Unfortunately, there's no trap users, so you can potentially also drop a trap down on this side so you can protect the tower to boot. But nonetheless, the town center for Pegasus now under siege as well. How do you stop 5.7k military with 2k military? It's just not going to happen. As Ben comes in and Pegasus looks like he has been done in this game. As all of those Ocelotl warriors will clean up the back. There's no gold income. There's 44 villagers on wood, and Pegasus does tap out there. A tough L for the Pegasus Meister here. I do think he had the right idea. And I think if he played this one again, I think he would find a win here some of the time. The right idea was to go for this town center, to be on this gold mine. Then, when the units are coming in this way, you've got to have the scout in. You need to bail on this gold mine, get back into your main base with your watchtowers and everything else, and try and just get as much income as you possibly can. Then when the army rotates up to the top side to hit this town center, then we bail on this town center and we take that opportunity for the army to be out of position, or not out of position, but doing damage, for us to then get this castle down. And you will take some losses and hopefully we're in front. But even if we're not in front, we're still in a good spot after that because we've got our gold mine, we've got some villager lead, and we're going to be able to then pull back our position militarily and have a really fun, clean, good game there. But unfortunately, Pegasus couldn't find that line. Very, very complicated. If you don't really know, then you don't know. But it's a very complicated line, super high level, but definitely an idea with Tsukiyomi here. I think that's the takeaway from this game. If you guys are enjoying, make sure you hit that follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next one. Stardust, what's happening, my friend? Magic, what's going on in the old chatteroony? What's going on in the old chatteroony? We got the Matador, all the other good stuff. Dudu is one of the best Age of Mythology retold players out there. He is one of the best. Let's have a little look-see at the old ladder here. We got Punkstar and Deimos having an absolute slog of a game. Let's check that out. Pegasus and General Malagius are playing, but I feel like that one I'm not going to watch. Let's see if we can jump in onto this one. It might already be over. Alrighty. And off to the races we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a ladder game here getting played between Punkstar the Great as Ra and Deimos the Wise as Hades. These guys are two of the kind of... I like to call... Alright. What we really need in Age of Mythology, I'm just going to go out and say it. We really need to get some sort of ranking, sort of like in Age of Empires 4, they have like the Challenger tier, they got the Diamond tier. We need that for Age of Mythology, so I'm just going to go ahead and just make my own. If the top 100 are going to be your Challenger or what is it called? Challenger? Champion? Conqueror? Conqueror 3. If they're going to be Conqueror 3, then this level would be Conqueror 2. But I don't think that's how it is. I think Conqueror 3 is like top 500 or something. Can someone who knows tell me? Because I don't know. But basically, this is still very, very high level games. I will go ahead and call this Conqueror 3 because I think it is. These guys are still very, very high level, but just outside that top 100 at the moment, I think. Actually, let me double check that. Can someone hashtag, actually we'll go hashtag match. Hashtag match, and we can actually see, oh, no, never mind. They can't find the thing. I'll actually, wait. Hashtag player, is it player Punkstar? There you go. So yeah, just outside the rank 100. Cool. So Punkstar with the Ra here against the Hades does have some issues to have to think about, especially how much you want to play for the late game, how much you want to go for a timing attack, how much you want to go into myth unit or favor. They're all valid sort of approaches, I think, against Hades for Ra. So we'll see which one Punkstar wants to go for. Of course, if you play for the favor route, then your late game becomes a little bit weaker. If you play for the timing attack, then again, your late game becomes a bit weaker. But if you play for the late game, then your late game becomes stronger. Of course, that makes sense. If you play for it, you play for it. It's a certain like god path you pick. It's a certain strategy you go for. Whether you have to also be thinking about how you're going to survive a whole bunch of things. The Hades player is going to throw at you. For example, if you play a 2-town center game here as Ra, sometimes you can get hit with a fortress in your face, everyone's favorite, and a fortress in your face with sentinels and then catapults and make your life very, very miserable here. So you do have to be careful where that's concerned. But the good thing here actually against a strategy like that for Punkstar is oftentimes the fortress is going to come at your second town center and there's nothing really here for Punkstar. It's up on the top. This is the most important part for Punkstar. And the good thing here for Punkstar as well is he can defend this quite easily. Wall. And a nice wall over here. And this position is going to be really, really good for him. Frank Patches, thank you for the prime, my friend. So this looks like it's going to be a nice little defense here. The same is true for Deimos to a degree. He's got a beautiful forest here. He can wall this off. He can wall this off. And then he's going to be safe to any of those kind of more timing attack, Ra type strategies. Like there's some, calling it timing attack, but really it's more of like a raid heavy sort of game plan from the Ra to some degree. You go into a whole bunch of camel riders and just try and run around the map, causing havoc on the low speed immobile Hades Greek army. But nonetheless, we'll see how things are going to go. Let's check out the relics. We've got Nose of the Sphinx, plus 15% hit points on the buildings. Up onto the top, we've got the Wu Hao Bow of Huang Di for ranged attack speed going down, or it's not range attack speed going down, but this is enemy. Wait. Yes, enemy movement speed going down when hit by ranged attacks. Can someone confirm to me? I think I've asked this a million times and I just never remember. Is this essentially just snare for ranged soldiers? Is this just snare for ranged soldiers? Come on, team. Team Twitch chat. I know you're there. I know you're there. Come on. Team Twitch chat. Anyways. Yeah, see, what was they're not even listening. I'm not even going to try anymore. Alrighty. I don't see any other relics on the map because people have picked them up. We've got over here the Ajax grabbing Naptar's War. Wait, what was this? As long as you hold Tar's Was Scepter. Huh? Is that what it's called? Has it been called Pta's Waz Scepter forever? Or is it War Scepter? Waz? Is that it? Well, S and R are kind of close, but that's not a typo what people make, right? Is that what it's called? Ads of wet, wet, wet? Anyways, town center in the middle of the map here for Deimos. This is a very, very greedy, dangerous town center for Deimos. But if he can get it up, it's very, very strong. He's got double berries on here. Now, berries aren't as good as Hunt, but berries right underneath the town center, they end up getting just a little bit more value than, say, a Hunt pack that's over here, because the villagers will pop out, not have to walk over to this. And even though they're gathering slower on the berries, they're actually getting more resources because they were actually gathering for longer. So this can be very, very nice for Deimos, but he can also just walk over here and grab this early and live the dream. But Punkstar also grabs his own tech and town center, and we have ourselves a boom off. We have ourselves a boom off. Yeah, Twitch chat they've been really letting me down recently. We have to ask YouTube chat. We've got Vindicator in the chat. Are you still in Japan, my friend? Or are you back? You just came back. Just came back home. Started playing Tez. You have one problem. Devoting villas before doing the 3 sheep sacrifice in castle feels like lost value. So it's not. The earlier you do a sacrifice, the earlier you get passive favor income from that sacrifice. So if you sacrifice one villager at 3 minutes, for example, you're going to get yourself, or what would it be? Hold on, I got to do quick math here. I think it's this number. You're going to get yourself around about 3 favor a minute, around about, I think. So what, you get an extra 15 favor. So in 5 minutes, you will have gotten more out of sacrificing that villager than if you just waited for the goat sacrifice, if that makes sense. Nonetheless, we move along. We got a question in chat from Deimos the Legend. How come one kata doing more damage to building than than 5 Gastro? Well, Gastrophosaurus need Burning Pitch. But without Burning Pitch, they don't really do anything. Though you're Hades and you have Burning Pitch for free. So actually, you know what? You might be right. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. As the Minotaur is going to be coming in and looking for a little something something. And Punkstar does get that defense. Doesn't this really incentivize doing Tajipla Rush every game? Well, what it incentivizes is for you to get some favor in and spend it straight away. This is the thing with the sacrifice mechanic. The big advantage that you get with the sacrifice mechanic is you get the favor immediately, as opposed to playing as Greek, where you have to put the villager early and then start getting the favor in and spend it when it comes through, right? Aztec's the opposite. So it incentivizes you to spend it immediately. So whether that's going to be on a Tajipla, whether that's going to be on a myth unit, whether that's going to be on a technology, you have to have somewhat of a plan where that's concerned. That's my understanding at the very least. As the heroes for Deimos do come through, they do see the gold mine getting grabbed, but Aphrodite is already on the way, and this is a big, it's a very, very nice way to play here for Hades against Ra, because it shuts down some of that early game pressure that might come. So one of the kind of stock standard game plans for Ra against Hades is really strong. If you guys don't know about it, you can give it a try. It's effectively, you want to build a handful of units in the heroic age, somewhere between, 5 and 10, and that applies pressure to the Hades. So they have to then react to that. They have to defend. But they can't really defend with only a handful of units because they don't really know what's coming for them. They kind of have to overcommit to the defense, which then allows you, as a Ra player, to go to the Mythic Age. That's the general idea. And then you can get yourself a nice Mythic Age sort of Son of Osiris type idea, or Tornado, or whatever you want. It can be very, very powerful. As we do see Priests coming through for Punkstar and all the other good stuff. Got some hoplites. Walls up already from Deimos. Love to see it. Very, very important versus Ra. One of the most frustrating things when you have a low mobility army like Hades is dealing with a high mobility army like the Egyptians, like Ra. The camel riders can get upwards of 6.9 speed or something, and you just can't catch them with those hoplites. But if you put your walls up and you get stone walls and potentially also fortified walls a little bit later on, then you're going to be able to react to whatever raid happens and go deal with it. But I like the fortress also coming up for Deimos as Punkstar continues to spam some units out, and he is actually going for a pretty early Force of the West Wind. Now, this is really, really strong for Egyptian. One secret here as Ra and also as Set is to actually empower the siege works while this technology is coming in. You can actually get it in 30 seconds with the Pharaoh, I think, empowering it, which allows you to put your attack, push your attack that little bit earlier, which can be really, really strong. The only thing about both of these players here that's kind of going a little bit on the wrong side is that both players are sort of floating a ton of resources. Now, they could be floating resources to try and get to the Mythic Age, but I'm not sure that's the case here for Punkstar because he's getting this Force of the West or Wind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Deimos, he is trying his darnest to get to the Mythic Age, which is very, very scary. Very, very scary. Now, the reason it's scary is because realistically here, what Punkstar could do is he could do a timing attack with 3-4 siege towers, and no amount of units out at this point in the game, plus the Mythic Age, is going to be able to stop that. You will lose a ton of your base. Generally speaking, we see the Hades players at the very high levels basically staying in the Heroic Age and trying to sort of defend the craziness that comes at them. But we'll see how it's going to go here, as maybe Punkstar is going to have some issues with his actual attack because he's very, very late on the catapults. Very, very late. He could have gone on siege towers and been attacking already here and effectively just make Deimos' life very, very difficult. But going a different angle and about to get sieged down as well with Metropolis over here. But Deimos might be able to get away with this Mythic Age. He might be able to get an army together and he might be able to hold what's coming for him. Meanwhile, there's also a third town center from Punkstar, which I don't think it's a terrible idea, but I think it's risky because it slows down any sort of attack he's going to be going for. And Deimos here, technically speaking, without actually scouting it, he has actually made the right decision to go to the Mythic Age. But this decision here is not it. Goes in for attack, drops Restoration, drops Curse, does send the units back, gives him a little bit more time, but he loses 2 God Powers and a huge amount of units. And now Punkstar will have to be happy about the position he's in to start sieging down this fortress and all the other good stuff here. Meanwhile, more Chariot Archers to come through. One idea here for Deimos is to sacrifice this position, get himself together a 175 pop army and try and push back. He's about to get himself the favor as well for another restoration, but he does need to spend on Forge of Olympus as the fortress does fall. And the catapults roll forward to continue to make Deimos' life very, very tough. Free Drag is in the chat. What's going on? It's the Camel Riders getting stunned. Town center for Deimos will go down. As long as, like I said, as long as he doesn't lose any units here, it's not the end of the world. Yes, he's down 1 to 3 town centers, but he's in the Mythic Age. He's going to have full iron, and all he needs is an actual army here to push back and then get his own town centers back up. So losing this position, not ideal, but not the end of the game. As long as he doesn't lose any units. Just buildings is going to be okay. We have a little quick check on the upgrades. We do see all the upgrades coming through for Deimos as well. Maybe a little bit on the greedy side to go for economic upgrades in this position. Everything should be going into military right now. It's one of those things where we got to make a decision. Are we going to go for technology? Are we going to go for economy or are we going to go for military? And you can kind of only pick two things. And Deimos has gone for economy in the town center, technology in the age up, and then military as well at the very end. Generally, that's when it comes in, but he's still going for technology, and it's going to slow him down a bit as Punkstar. He is pulling very much ahead in this game, so we'll see if Deimos can bring it back as with his full iron coming in. But Horus to come through will be somewhat scary here. Another idea here for Deimos is he now grabs himself that golden apples. Pushing in with the Peltas is going to be really nice. He's pushing a little bit early without that iron, but it doesn't matter. Another idea is to get that golden apples in, put, say, 5-6 villages on favor, and start working towards that 100 favor restoration, which can effectively be equal to your army feeling like it's upwards of 2x the military resource value in that sort of a fight. Like, I'm not exactly sure how much more stuff I need than a restoration user, but if you get up to full population, you will win pretty much every fight you can possibly take with the upgrades and all that other good stuff. But anyways, we've got more upgrades. We've got the Aegis Shield, we've got the Champion Infantry, we've got the Quarry, and Deimos is king of the hill at the moment. But Horus is coming through. And one cool thing about Horus is it unlocks the Axeman, which I think is really strong versus this Hoplite Peltast army. So when your opponent goes in for this, if you can get to Horus, Star, Axeman, that's what you want as a big counter to this. Now at the moment though, Punkstar doesn't even have a doesn't even have a barracks up. So I don't really understand the Horus play at all. The Horus play doesn't make sense to me in the slightest, considering all of that. So we'll see how it's going to go. Of course, like, Tornado wants to kill off all the Peltast is perfectly fine and reasonable. He will kill off all the Peltast with a Tornado, but after that, it's not going to do a whole lot, as that's exactly the usage here. The Hoplites will sit in and just tank while that Tornado moves around, and at the very least, I think that Migdog Stronghold will fall. But, yeah, Punkstar, he's found himself a ridiculous advantage. But while this is going on, Fortress coming up, Town Center up for Deimos. Deimos, he's got all of this map to play into behind him. He just needs to get watchtowers, guard towers, play defense, get himself his army together, get to that next restoration, and he should be okay here. Mr. Peltas going to start taking out the chariot archers on the back. Punkstar doesn't want to take the fight just yet, as his champion chariots come in. He's still going up for the champion, for the camel. Well, he's getting camel caravans, and he's going to make a couple of Avengers. Now this, I was going to say, makes some sense to go Horus and then build Avengers, but he's only got 2 monuments. So if he went up to, like, say 4 monuments and then went Mythic Age, I'd say, oh, okay, he's going for Avengers. But 2 monuments, well, you're going to run out of favor. What are you going to do? So yeah, you could go Osiris and drop 4 monuments as well and make mummies. But if you go Osiris, it already makes sense because you just want to get up to full upgraded units and then drop your monuments, right? As the first idea. But nonetheless, the Avenger spins on through as the heroes will pop out. Perseus is in. So against that Perseus, you got to be really careful with those myth units. As you can see, that one myth unit in the actual army does end up melting. So you got to be super careful versus the Perseus. The Achilles and the Chiron, less so. But yeah, if you snipe down that Chiron, you're going to be, Perseus, you're going to have a much better time of using the Avengers in the army. Other option is just to send them elsewhere, start raiding villages. They are an amazing raiding force. As the army of Deimos starts to come through. Big damage here. Town center for Punkstar. Falling slowly. Is onto the back there. The Chiron going to get a little bit of damage done. And more camel caravans to start coming out. But yeah, Deimos overcommitting a little bit here. He does need to get some siege in if he wants to actually break the town center. He's making gas to Fatoris, which, I mean, they are pretty good. They're going to slowly take down a siege works over here. But the problem with the Gash for Taurus is against the Camel Riders. Well, they're just gonna clean these bad boys up very, very quickly. The better usage here, the better decision will be to go into Heliopolis to mix in with your actual army. Because they're going to stay alive for a much longer period of time, and then you can actually push in and you can actually do something. Mass Peltas here for Deimos against effectively mass Camel Riders cannot be good. We'll see if he's going to be able to break through this army. We do see iron weapons now coming through. The final upgrade for Punkstar for his units to be very powerful. These Camel Riders charging in here, trying to take out all of these champion Peltas. We'll see if he can actually make that happen with the hoplites on the back there as well. Realistically, the Camel Rider is probably the worst cavalry unit to take out archers. You guys didn't know that, but that's the truth. It is the worst cavalry unit to take out archers. And this is a completely unupgraded Camel Rider with the exception of the Ra bonus. Or uniquely upgraded. But it still does well against those Peltast, obviously. Any sort of cavalry unit will do well against Peltast. Meanwhile, town center coming through for Deimos. It will be up to 4 town centers here if you can actually finish this one up. The Gash for Taurus going after the main base of Punkstar, as well as the Camel Riders are going to try and make their way over here. Villagers coming through. Town center is at 1100 HP on completion, as Deimos is looking scarily good in this game. Yes, he's behind on score, but he's in front on military resource value. He is in front on, or at the very least, equal on tech, I would say. Maybe a little bit behind. The only issue is he's not going to have the economy to be able to build and utilize this population advantage that he has. He needs to start a trade route here, and already have started a trade route here before grabbing that town center, basically, to stay at pop cap. But we're going to see him effectively stay alive, and Punkstar pulls back, and he's lost what I would say he's lost every little bit of advantage that he gained in this game. Every little bit. What has he actually got in front of the old Deimos? He's got fortified town centers. I think that's the only tech he has in advantage here. Upgrades. He's got the farming upgrade in advantage here. That's it. So you got to be a little bit like, well, what does that score really mean? Not a huge amount. There's the Migdol Stronghold. Going to go down here. We see some rains coming through from Punkstar. One unit comp that would be quite an improvement, I think, on the Camel Rider idea here would be to go into Elephant. Of course, I already said that Star, Horus, Axeman are your best bet, but considering Punkstar has no infrastructure, it might be easier to just get the Elephant upgrades and then go into those. Yeah, Camel Riders do 1.25x versus archers. These are the worst cavalry or mainline cavalry unit versus archers in terms of DPS. As the Peltast doing their thing. And, I mean, these Peltas don't have any specific upgrades on them apart from just being Hades, right? But, man, they are doing good damage here to the Punkstar army. Catapult to take out the Sentinel on the back. And really the thing that Deimos is missing here, it's very, very simple, but the thing Deimos is missing is siege. He's got himself one fortress. He's at full pop. It's time to cancel units. It's time to get a trade route together. 5 market trade route go. And basically start spamming fortresses everywhere and locking this map up. You've got a 4-3 town center advantage. You've got the pop advantage. Let's fix that up. Let's get everything working and then take the dub here. Because Punkstar, his best bet is to sit back, get towered up, have you run into his towers, of which this helps boost his effective population. He's going up to guard towers as well. He's got a trade route going so he can fight forever. War of attrition here for Punkstar means he can effectively just pump out those, or get to full pop and then pump out those mercenary cab to try and push back. And effectively, eventually, Deimos will be out of gold. He does have another 6,000 gold mine next to him, though. So this is a little bit of a ways away. But if this is how the game state is going to continue, then Punkstar will find himself in a good spot. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we just see some little cheeky walls attempting to come through from Punkstar. A little sneaky move here for Deimos. I'm going to throw it out there. We've got to get that perpendicular wall in. Let's just deny it. A nice fortress to come up, though, like that. Does make sense as the fight in the middle continues. Now the Petropolis are out. Of course, this technology here is going to be a must grab in the late game and even early Mythic Age. Engineers is incredibly important. It makes a huge boost to the actual damage of Siege, especially when your opponent starts getting things like Masons and Architects. If you don't have that, then it can feel like your Siege don't do a huge amount of damage. So getting it does obviously help in a big way as the Avenger going down. On that side, there are, I think, the majority of heroes out. No, his Perseus dropped, but you know, Avenger, not really the best of units to send in one by one into the back of a fully upgraded Greek army. Not the best idea. Actually, does Punkstar have this tech? He's missing this tech as well, which is actually quite a nice tech for the Avenger because it's a high DPS unit. It's a bit of a glass cannon with this DPS. If you take a look at the actual damage, it's doing 20 area of effect over 4 tiles, which is huge. When you get that life steal, then it's going to be able to basically keep itself alive in those fights. So it's a little bit of a trick for that Avenger to feel a little bit less like a wet noodle and a little bit more like a choppy boy. But Deimos here really struggling to stay at population. He does end up losing the bottom town center over here. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it did end up going down. Now Tower's coming up for Punkstar as he's slowly going to be leaning on his economic advantage. The only reason I think that Punkstar is winning this game is a lack of trade route from Deimos. He's got himself 5 donkey caravans. So just put this into perspective. Punkstar is a grand total of 55 economic units in front of Deimos. Well, was at some point. Now he's dropped 20 villages. There is the plenty vault, so take off 10. We'll go with 40. Let's go with 50. 50 villager economic advantage for Punkstar, and that's why he's been able to take all of these sort of suboptimal trades. It's why he's been able to set up all these guard towers, and why he's been able to survive in this game for so long. As the gold mine down to 4,600 gold there. The trade route's slowly going to be coming up. Punkstar, on the other hand, he really can't afford to force fights outside of these towers. This is everything for him. Chariot Archer is going to be trying to push back, doing all the good stuff. Got all the Migdol strongholds coming up, as well as the catapults are going to slowly start trying to take these out. And now we finally see the elephant for Punkstar. It might have been a mistake because I don't see any other elephants in queue, but the elephant, this unit at 64% pierce armor, once he gets it to champion, this guy will stay alive for a very, very long time where those peltasts are, which will effectively allow it to either kill off the peltast, because it does have a little bit of area of effect damage as well, or it'll tank the peltast and the chariot archers can kill off all of the hoplites while that's going on. So it's looking like Punkstar does actually want all of his villagers back in as well. Another idea here for Punkstar is just drop a rain at this point. There's not really any reason to hold on to that favor. You could also go for a shifting sands, waiting for 150 favor for a citadel. I don't particularly like it anymore, unless you've got 5 monuments and you're empowering them all. Like with Osiris, then I guess you can probably sit there with those resources until you get to that next citadel. And of course, myth units at this point might not be the best of ideas unless you're going to be going for those raids with the Avengers. Which is a good usage of them, actually. To be fair, versus Greek, like just send the Avenger in here and kill off all these villagers, and then Deimos's lifeline will be cut short as the catapults coming through. Now, the other thing here is Punkstar also missing this tech. He does already have Force of the West Wind, so his catapults are doing extra damage than they otherwise should be. Deimos is missing himself Architects. But yeah, that without siege engineers, these catapults Not really doing as much damage as they should. But now Punkstar is pushed back. He's on 4 town centers. He has an economic lead. And he will slowly but surely be snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Is that the saying? I'm not sure. Gruld Might says, hello, I just bought the expansion pass, but I don't know. I don't feel it's worth it. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, it depends. Do you want to play with Demeter? Do you want to play with the Aztecs? If you do, then it is worth it. If you don't want to play with Demeter and you don't want to play with the Aztecs, then it's not worth it. I think that so far I'm really enjoying the Aztecs. I feel like it's really, really well worth it for the Aztecs. But yeah, that's my take. I'm not going to go into it much more than that. Maybe I'll make a video on it. Nonetheless, towers up on the back, sentinels coming through, catapulting away as the town center does end up falling. And engineers now coming in for Punkstar. Finally, and it's looking like Deimos' chances in this game have fallen. The Gashivatoris do not do anything special versus catapults. Might look like they do with their burning arrows, but all their damage comes in the shape of pierce damage that's getting multiplied to the nth degree. So that's why they do damage versus buildings and not versus catapults. Catapults have got high pierce armor, and no bonus means catapults just say lol at your flaming arrows. Going Slinger Elephant here as Ra does actually make a huge amount of sense. Kenzie, you're very, very right. That being said, Peltas beats Slingers, so it's not actually as easy as you think. It's actually not easy at all. In fact, I think if the Greek player micro as well, I think the Greek player ends up winning that. Because the Greek player doesn't need to push, right? You just sort of leave your Peltas on the front, like you turn your army around the other way, and then obviously whenever the Slingers walk forward, you just kill them and then start shooting backwards, and then the elephants come at you and you just run away until you're underneath your buildings, and then when you're underneath your buildings, then you use your hoplites to kill off the elephants. And then you win by getting to Heliopolis. Heliopolis will be able to tank everything, and you can also do some tricky micro with the Heliopolis as well to dodge the arrows if you really want to get super sweaty. But yeah, I think this one looks like it might be over, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, on the bottom side there as well, killing off the trade route, putting a fortress down, taking this town center down. Punkstar's done a great job of distracting and taking buildings down with 1 or 2 catapults throughout this game as well. Very tough to deal with that all. Almost does start a trade route over onto this side, but now he has to go to what this town center? He does tap out. And GG, an unlucky, like a really, really nice attempt from Deimos. I do think he probably had this game with some good decisions down the line, especially when he got to 4 town centers. If he started the trade route, didn't just try and finish the game automatically, didn't really have to push this position, could have gone for the main base. But yeah, just played for solidifying his economy on 4 town centers. It probably would have been very tough for Punkstar to actually find a dub. He would have had to really outplay to find that dub with the siege, split pushing and catching Deimos. Not paying attention, but well done, GG. Worse than Contarius? No, Contarius are fine versus archers, right? Hang on, I got all the answers. I need to get the other one in my thing, don't I? Let me just make this a... Cool. Yeah, so the best DPS per pop. The best DPS per pop against range units is, I believe, the raiding cavalry, of which does 7 DPS per pop. And the camel rider does 3.3 DPS per pop. So there you go. Raiding cavalry is the best anti-archer in the game at killing off actual archers. Did you guys know that? Crazy. Then after that, it goes the Contarius. No, that's not correct. Then after that, it goes the White Horse Cav. Then it goes the Tiger Cav. Then it goes the Naginata Rider. Then it goes the... Oh, sorry. Yeah. Then it goes the Hippias. Then it goes the War Elephant. Then it goes the Jarl. And then it goes the Camel Rider. That's just DPS. Is that wild? Do you like that? Do you like some stats? Raiding Cavalry is the best shit unit in the game. No. Raiding Cavalry has been underrated for too long. I think that it is an incredibly good... No, that's base stats. Base. The Raiding Cavalry is a misunderstood unit. All of its stats go into speed and damage. So it's missing out on a whole bunch of HP. In fact, if we actually look at it... Actually, you know what? The HP isn't even that bad compared to other Cav. Per pop, if we're talking about this per pop. Which I think is the most effective way to do it. Like, let's have EHHP per pop. It's got more than the Hippias. It's got more than the Camel Rider. It's got less than the War Elephant. It's got less than the Jarl. It's got more than the Contarius. It's got more than the White Horse Cavalry. It's got less than the Tiger Cav. And it's got more than the Naginata Rider. In terms of Pierce, it's got less than, obviously, the War Elephant. It's got less than the Jarl. But it has more than everything else in terms of Pierce armor per pop. All right, let's watch another game on the ladder because that's what we're doing today. Is everyone hiding from me? Has people stopped playing ladder because I started casting ladder? Is that what's going on? Do I have to go into replays? I'll do it. I don't mind. Feels bad, man. You come in. Oh no, they might, maybe Soup and Pegasus will play again. Surely per pop, the Jaguar is the best. Holy shit. I did not write that one down. You are absolutely right. What a dummy. I'm going to have to write that one down. Shit. God damn it. I missed a unit. Fuck. That makes me so unhappy. I'm so unhappy right now. Gosh darn it. I think the Jaguar Rider is really good. It would be smart to go Hersa Raiding Cavalry and a couple of Herdmen. There's some counters to that. But yeah, that sounds like a half... Well, aren't I happy you brought it up? Kinda. I would have liked to just... Everyone just to ignore it. Now I have to go fix it. I'm like midway through making a video. It's taking me forever. I'll let you guys know the video is over an hour long. It's very, very long. My brain was blown from it. All right, let's watch this one because apparently I don't get to see whatever's next. Feels bad. Give me a second. Let's see the wild strats, the old Super Rooney. It's sad the Jaguar don't get any upgrades from Mythic Age gods. Wait, what do you mean? It's got plenty of upgrades before that though, right? You can plan to go into the Jaguar Rider. Alrighty, we got ourselves a gimmity game here of one Husk Super versus Pegasus. As Pegasus will drop the dock, he goes for a little bit of a boar kill. And I think the very first thing you should probably do against Kronos, if you are playing as Greek, it's one of the reasons Greek is really good, is send your scout around to see the water. Is this map Ghost Island? It's called Midgard in Age of Mythology. Is there another map in Age of Empires called Ghost Island? But this map was around in 2002. So original. Original to Age of Mythology. So if there was ever a map stolen, it would have been stolen from Myth. Give credit where credit's due. Actually, I'll tell you what would be interesting. I hope they do have that idea over in like Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2 when they do their tournaments and they do their different funky maps to use some Age of Mythology concepts because there's some good ones here. But yeah, we got the Kronos, we got the Dock, we got the stock standard shenanigans here from Soup. He's not doing anything too wild. Pegasus is literally just like, lol, let me just not care about the fact that I could get rushed by automatons. And we'll just do everything. I think going for a automaton style play here, or rush here, as Kronos on this map versus Hades has to be like a decent concept. Has to be a good idea for Kronos. Just on the fact that you can set up spider lairs on all the gold mines, and you can look to sort of hold your opponent. You don't have to necessarily go into a massive amount of automatons, but you threaten that early with the early attack. You get the damage done. Then you can go into mass spider lair plus all the other good stuff. Check out the balance Discord. Are people? Uh-huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about the tits and middles. I played against the tits and middle strat already. Someone tried that on me. It didn't work. Pure tits and middle. I just build walls and build priests. It's over for you. Walls, priests, siege towers. What are you gonna do? I literally played against it. I think this was before some other changes, but so I don't know. Maybe it's really good now. Okay, so Pegasus is simply just going for as big of a boom as he possibly can. Same thing for Soup. The good thing for Soup is he can actually drop his docks faster. He doesn't have to walk over here, so he can get his docks up to this spot fine. It is a bit of a late advance, and I think the problem here with what Soup is doing is it's mostly an issue of how is he going to defend against Pegasus putting early pressure onto Soup. Like, you've got yourself, obviously, the Prometheus and things like that, but Ajax and Achilles will just wander in here and cause a lot of problems. Unless we got the old fishing ships up from Pegasus, doing all the good stuff. There's some relics on the map. Tear Finger and Tear Sword is always nice. We've got the Dragon Palace Crystal. We've got the Tail of Cerberus, making myth units do some shenanigans faster, and Dwarven Horseshoes with plus 5 HP per second. Oh, not HP per second. What am I talking about? Speed? It's the Prometheus versus Athena. No real surprises on the Athena, but I would have loved to see... I mean, I guess if you're advancing this late, it doesn't really matter. I would have loved to see, like, a dock, 2 fishing ships from the Kronos, into a really quick temple and automaton rush. And then, obviously, getting your fishing ships behind it. I would love to see that idea versus Hades. Nonetheless, we see a military barracks coming up. Main base for Pegasus at the moment. He does have himself his Ajax, of which is harassing the Oracle and going to kill said Oracle. Oop. A mana to come down. Looks like Soup's going to attempt to save this with Valor. I think he's got one more hit to take, and he goes into the mana. He's going to have a little home for himself. Does give him the option to now be inside the base of Pegasus, but Pegasus immediately gets himself out the Achilles. Military Academy is coming through, and he does send the Achilles over to the mana, which might be a little bit of a mistake because the Prometheans should get some value wandering in onto this position. Does Soup see this? He now does see the wood villagers here sneaking around the side. The mana here, while this is going on, he should pull that Oracle out and see what he can do. As the villagers will take a couple more smacks. Almost picks off one, not quite able to do so. Now they're just going to turn around and get the shanks in and garrison as they get down to low HP. Thank you, Corvo. Appreciate you, my friend. Did he make the run? Nope. No run on that mana is wild while this is all going on. Main base, a couple of units starting to come out. Of course, Soup knows he probably can't take any sort of a early game fight here as that Oracle may get a break for it. 4.2 speed is not going to be enough here to get away. However, there are units that he can send up to try and save this Oracle. I think if he can get a couple of snags onto the Achilles with an infantry unit, he will snare the Achilles such that the Oracle can get out of here. I could be wrong on that though. And well, there you go. He's out of there. And all the Prometheans on the top going to be going down. Why not time shift another mana and then send the original one home? Well, while the mana is time shifting, it has 0 armor, so it can go down very, very fast. That would be why. So they can just kill that mana that's getting time shifted in, or kill the mana that's getting time shifted out. Doyle rules, thank you, my friend. As the hoplites, the Minotaur, and all the other good things coming through. Soup is out in the middle of the map for the time being. With good control on this Carabalister and a Valor, he should be good here. However, the Aphrodite is going to be on the way. And Soup is trying to get to his own heroic age, but he is very, very far behind the 8 ball in this one. I think this is credit to the macro of Pegasus in this game. Very solid. Low wood. Got the perfect advance time in. And Soup will be clicking up to the next age shortly, but effectively you can just click curse here, push off this gold mine, and there will be some big, big problems for Soup in this game. Soup will pull back to his town center. He's getting himself watchtowers, which makes sense. Pulls everyone back home, and Pegasus says, no worries, I'll see you later. We got some good pressure on, idle time cores, all the other good stuff. But Hyperion will be in. And so long as Soup gets to the heroic age here without any serious issues, he should be okay. He's get out of this. The only issue is that, well, there's going to be a Skylar. You can deal with the Skylar with the Nereid. As the unit's popping out over onto this side, not the position you really want to be in. There goes the curse. And Pegasus sees his opportunity to get in here and get some damage done. All the Murmillos are getting queued up. Like, unupgraded Murmillos versus heavy hoplites seems like a very, very long road to catch up here. Of course, there's still restoration, so Chaos isn't going to be much of a god power here for Soup, and losing those Coriobalos does hurt quite a bit. Though that being said, there are the Peltas, so that's a thing there as well. But realistically, the units that Soup needs is mostly going to be Satyr here to get out of this position. He needs Satyr to help take out the back line. He can kill off that front line with his Murmillos and all that other good stuff. We do have the Argo coming in as well. Where's the Nereid at? Nereid coming around to the side. And where's the Skylar at? Yep, Skylar's over here just hanging out. As units will come in onto this position and look for a big fight. I don't think this should be the fight that Soup wants to take. Nemean line with that stun is gigantic. As the Satyr getting caught out, Soup missing those Satyr to help him out of this position is brutal. And now he's out of gold, as he's going to have to start making his way out over onto gold mines. He does have a couple of villagers over here. But Pegasus is going to be moving further and further ahead in this game. Huge stuns onto those Murmillos as well. Could you imagine if there was a human unit in this game doing a stun similar to that? I couldn't for one imagine. Oh, there is one? Oh, okay. It's actually not. It's half the damage, or half the area of effect. I think it's 2 area of effects over 4, which is like a lot less. 4 area of effect is a lot. 2 area of effect, not that much. Anyways, GG. Unfortunately, yeah, Soup needed to get himself those Satyr out to hold this sort of thing, and obviously not get caught out with his Satyr. And he probably would have been able to get through this position, but you get caught out and life can go down the toilet very quickly. I mean, you see this in other... I just want to make clear, you see this in other games. I've been watching some highlights from Age of Empires 2, and while it happens maybe a little bit later in the game, you're still seeing players just getting absolutely erased by like one mistake, right? Like they drop a whole bunch of units from a Petropolis or whatever it's called, a Onager, and then they just resign, right? If it happens, or if they don't kill off the Onager and they just resign. I don't know what the game feels like. I've played it before. All right. Pegasus. Look at that stun. My units run away when the Nemean specials. Wait, really? Let's go back and watch that again. Why does Pegasus love catching Soup with his pants around his ankles? Because that's what Pegasus does. He is constantly searching for pants being around ankles. That's his main goal, is to catch ankles around pants. Pants around ankles. It's not that long. Are these guys attack moving or right clicking? No, they're attack moving. You can see the flag in the trees. Okay. Why did they run away? Well, they're not attack moving anymore. Where'd they move to? Oh, no, they're still in there. They're still attack moving. Why are they running away? What the hell? Please explain. What is happening here? Why are they running away? They've got an attack move. What's going on here? Why is the lion making these guys run away? Devs! Please! What is this? All right, but let's be real. Just attack move again and they would fix it, right? I'm not saying that it's not a bug, but surely you just attack move again, right? Let's see. It happens again, right?
Prostagma?
I didn't say anything to Satfat. I just played the game and got banned. Okay.
Etimos.
So the attack move is even more pronounced now. So let's have a little look-see at this. Stun? No, that one wasn't the stun. They're still good to go. Guys, what is happening here? This doesn't make any sense. The Nevian Lion has got a fear for your own units. That's funny. You unbanned me, but I got a warning to be a part of the good times. Good. I am part of the good times. I am the good times. I wonder if that's being reported. Let me go ahead and report. Actually, no, I'll just make a mental note. Notepad. What's the time of my stream right now? We're at 1:21:15. 1:21. Let's just go 00. Bug report after stream. Okay. Greek has small nerves to handicap more skilled players. True. Bro, they can't even fix their chat. What are you talking about reporting stuff? What do you mean? Let's not turn this into something that it's not. I don't think that's what we want to do. We're not turning this into something that it's not. It's a bug in the game that needs to be reported so the players can then go fix it. That's what it is. It's not something else. Should we watch this game? This game looks like fun. We just watched one Pegasus game. Let's watch one more. I feel like this is a decent usage of our time. Is everyone else okay with us watching one more Pegasus game? Pegasus said it's the same as the Iron Hurry bug. We have watched 2 Pegasus games, but a third one won't kill us. It might be the same as... Yeah, you might be right, Pegasus. It might be exactly... Or Soup might be right that it might be exactly the same as the Iron Hurry bug. Because it might come from that VFX. If you have to... Oh, you don't want to watch it? Okay, I'll go elsewhere. That's fine. Pegasus doesn't want to watch it. That's fine. I was asking. He didn't say anything. You can watch someone else's game. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll watch one of the greatest ladder player. Actually, I've already got it downloaded. We'll watch one of the greatest ladder players' games. Here we go. Oh, you're kidding? Oh, should I go back to it? They're gonna watch this one, and then maybe we'll go back to it. We'll have a little cheeky break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury. It's time to watch some Age Mythology. In the right-hand corner of the map, from the tag team. He's tagged in. And his job is to play as Quetzal Coat. And his name is ReCon. The ultimate of abuser has met his match, however. He is now up against the ultimate abuser himself. One Kito, Severo, Jones, Bones, Malone, Junior. No, this is not Junior. This is the Kito, Severo, Jones, Bones, Malone. And he's going to be playing some Thor for us, and he's already looking to start walling in his base. Now, the first thing that I notice here for Kito is his gold mine is not exactly super well protected. So he's going to have to get in here and be really specific with building placement early on. I wouldn't mind actually seeing a nice wall coming in here into this position just to ensure that he protects his gold mine from any sort of early game shenanigans here from our Quetzalcoatl player, abuser extraordinaire, ReCon, the Mekon. What's the game plan? Well, what the immediate thing that I would think in seeing this situation here is immediately I would be thinking, all right, we're going to go in with Hui Hui, and we're going to be looking to effectively place a bunch of warrior priests in here and a tower and a laser tower in here. As well as we're going to start spamming units in onto this position because this is a really, really open, harassable gold mine. This would force Kito to have to drop his dwarven mine super early. And then we're going to start playing from that position because that seems like a good idea. Alrighty. And we do see some walls coming up here from Kito. He puts a house on this side. I got to say, I don't like this house. The reason I don't like the house is against, well, if you're going to be going for this like late or this late of an advance because of Dwarven Armory as Thor, I think you should be making your property as safe and hazard free as possible. Just dropping it on top of your town center. You can put a wall over here. The wall gets beaten down. It's only going to be 21 resources gone. House goes down. That's double the resources lost. So there you go. Temple on TC is also, well, you don't exactly need the temple on the town center, but so long as it's under the town center, such if your opponent is attacking it, they're taking damage, I think that's fine. But yeah, you don't want it to be like popping out anywheres. Anyways, we do see Petacat. I think someone's been telling me how to say this and I still can't get it right. Petacat. Anyways, this god I do not rate versus Norse in the slightest. I think it's fine as an idea if you want to do some sort of fast heroic strat, but against Norse, I don't really think there's much point in doing that because the units that we need early on versus Norse are going to be units like the Spearman, units like the Archer. Tekiwa Archer is perfectly reasonable. You can also obviously go for the Eagle Warriors, but you do need Spearmen, so why not just stay in the classical age and enjoy those spearmen is my take on it. You also, if you do have the other gods, Huitzilopochtli or Tezcatlipoca, I believe you just go for Malina or Melina, and then you get access to Scorpion plus Archer early on. And you don't even have to worry about the spearmen for a little bit. So Scorpion, Warrior Priest, Archer, and then the Norse player is going to have a lot of troubles dealing with that early game because they have to go into a huge amount of Hursa, of which will get picked to pieces by the Tekiwa Archers with the front line of the Warrior Priests. Anyways, we do have the Tajip letter come through from ReCon. Sort of missed his opportunity to put a tower over here. Could have been a really nice opening. But he does pick off the house. And Tajip going down is just him losing a villager here. I really don't like this early game usage of this unit, but he does push off the gold for just a little bit. Like he could have just killed off the gold mine, walked in, and then the villagers would be off the gold mine. But nonetheless, gets some damage done into the main base, and he is dead, and the game continues. And there goes the Healing Spring. Going to get everyone back up to full HP. I love this usage of Healing Spring. Nice and early when you're getting pressured underneath your base so it doesn't get stolen. And that's going to be able to protect your gold mine, keep those units alive from any sort of harassment, and all the other good stuff. So that's how Borg gets 200 favor. Valkyries? 8 favor? What do you mean? 8 favor from the hippopotamus? I think you might be right. I had this feeling that the hunt was sort of bugged at the moment. Yeah, I have this feeling it's bugged at the moment. It's giving like double the amount of favor or something. So that's why Norse has actually been winning more. It's actually got nothing to do with Norse players actually playing any better. They've just been getting handed more resources. Kavoth would never abuse it though. No. Kavoth is one of the good ones. He's not like Pegasus. Nonetheless, we are going to be seeing this fast heroic coming from ReCon. The only reason I think that Agave Bloom can be okay versus Norse is if you're actually planning to play one town center classical fight here. You don't need to drop Agave Bloom if you're playing one town center classical fight because you have the units to then go and grab Hunt. You don't need to do this, in which case now the Agave Bloom becomes a fight winning god power. Just similar to like a healing spring, except better on the actual fight, right? Because it's 800 extra HP back at a healing rate of 5 a second. Of course, in a fight, it'll be 2.5 HP a second. But that's quite a lot of HP a second in the classical age. Meanwhile, ReCon here going to the heroic age does basically get scouted by Kito. Like he's got to kind of know that it's coming because he's not getting attacked. But realistically, the best move versus a heroic age is to grab a talent center and wall up. Unless it's going to be the Coyote. Oh, I can't remember what it's called because this is Koyol Zhao. What's the other one? Does he have access to it? Oh, he does. This one. Koat Lekue. If he goes for that one, now I'm scared to go town center because he can just come and break through it pretty easily. Of course, he doesn't have access to the blood pack, but still he can break through that second town center somewhat easily. Meanwhile, Wall's coming up over onto this side, doing all the good stuff there. Taz Waz Scepter. Yeah, I can't believe that one. What is that? I don't even understand. Is it a Waz? It might be. That might be what it's actually called. Actually, maybe I can Google it. What was Taz Scepter called? Question mark. It was a Waz Scepter. Was or Waz? I don't know. Was? Unspeakable Meat, thanks, man. Jabot, thanks, man. It was. Taz was Scepter was a Scepter of was. Anyways. Town center coming up over here for Kito. He's got himself such a good map for this. I don't think he has this option if he doesn't have this back gold mine. Say this gold mine's not here. For example, Kito has ReCon's map in this game with a gold mine like this, and he goes for a wall over on this side to try and grab this gold mine over here. Then Kito can just come, ReCon could just come break through this, kill this gold mine, and basically win the game with his Starfall. But in this situation, this all-in has just got zero chance of really working because he has to beat through, I guess he could beat through this and then come over and sit on this gold mine. But the problem is then the villagers will move over here, right? Of course, that would be the same on the top side, but this is much easier to attack, and then we can be over here as well, and we can actually find places to go and get damage done. The 5 water buffalo is giving an extra 200 favor for another gold mine. True. He does have 86 favor, but he does already have 19 Hersa. Holy Hersa. Gabursa. Flames AOM, thank you, my friend, for the prime. Yeah, this is the thing. The more Hersa, the better. He actually does go for another Dwarven gold mine. That's wild. What a waste of favor. But realistically here, ReCon doesn't have anything. He's in the heroic age, but he doesn't have anything of value from the heroic age. Doesn't have Shawn one. He doesn't have Eagle Warrior. He can't really use his Tsitsimiddles because he doesn't have any answer for the Hersa. I mean, if he had like a butt ton of Tekiwa archers, and I mean a butt ton, like if he had like 30 Tekiwa archers, he would easily kill off all of the Ursa, right? But these Tekiwa archers are also quite slow at 4.5 speed because he didn't go for Hui Hui. If he goes for Hui Hui, he gets an extra 10% speed on the archer. They go up to 5 speed. They're going to be able to kite the Ursa a little bit easier. But realistically, I think if he just walks forward, drops a castle down, and goes into Sean ones, then his middle can have a lot of play. As the house is falling, ReCon happily going after that. We're seeing middles from ReCon. I don't even understand. This is pure Hersa. I guess he hasn't seen the pure Hersa yet. He for sure knows it's pure Hersa. Surely. He's got 25 Ursa. How many Ursa do you want? Kito says yes. Warrior Priest to generate favor 2? Why? Like 0.1 favor a second? Nah. I disagree. That's a terrible take, Gavoth. Just get better at attributing, get better at fighting. Get better. That damage on the final hits over there, but double healing spring. Now, the thing about double healing spring, I used to think this was better than it was. Healing spring gives 25% reduction on the combat, but then if you also stack on top of it, it's even less. Well, GG. ReCon does not beat Thor in this one, and therefore, obviously, the Aztecs suck at the game. They're terrible civ. Yeah, I think he just, like, picked a strategy and didn't really think it through, and it didn't work. I think that strategy... Nah, I don't even know if it would work on a different map. Going into Tekiwa Archer plus Middle versus pure Hersa. In that situation, you want to basically go for Sean ones as fast as you possibly can. Yeah, Kito very strong. Okay, we need to go watch that Pegasus game. No, that's not that one. Wrong one. This one. Are there spicy Shenong games available? I haven't seen anyone really playing much Shenong lately. I don't know if he's got many games played. It's a pretty boring god, to be honest. He needs some help, for sure. Yeah, I'm scrolling through and I just don't see any Shenong. Wait, let me see if anyone's played Shenong. Thulmnik played him a little bit. Kito did. There's very few Shenong games. All right. I take that back. You think Shenong's? I don't know. I don't like playing Shenong. Shenong. Yeah, I don't like. I don't like the one dimensionality of playing China. Some people really enjoy it, so it's like I don't mind playing it here and there. But if I was to play like 5 games in a row of China, I would get very, very bored. The only downside of Shenong is the fact that he's unbelievably boring to play. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like the reason why Shenong is a little bit why Shenong is boring. What's the real reason? I think Shenong versus Norse is fun because you get to be like you have to defend your base and put pressure onto your opponent. It's quite challenging, even though Shenong's got the advantage very, very much so in that matchup. It's like a challenging, exciting, fun thing, engaging. But if you play Shenong versus, say, Egyptian or versus Greek, then your game plan is like, let me just sit here and whatever you do, I'll react to it. And generally, the thing that's the best to do in that situation, the other side, is say, great, I'm just going to go and not really interact with you, and we're just going to fight later in the game. Anyways, let's have a little look-see here at what's going to happen in this one. We got the Monuments of the Villagers coming down from Kavoth here. It does hit the dock, the mining camp, and it hits everything. Everything is hit. The ultimate of Pharaoh empowerment. Ra, the best Egyptian on Mirage here. All right, hear me out on this one. If we don't see from Kavoth in this game, Bast, Sekhmet, Horus, or Bast, Sobek, Osiris, one of the two, I'm going to be very disappointed. That's got to be the play here. We're going back to a time of pure genius where strategic ingenuity was rewarded with very, very good wins. The early days of Mirage. The early days of Mirage. If you guys don't remember the game, it was I believe it was right. It could have been ISIS. Could have been an ISIS game, but it's basically the same thing in Legacy. You guys remember what I'm talking about? There was a fast mythic, which absolutely stonked on whomever it was. I can't remember who it was. But I do remember the player that did it. Come on, guys. We're going back to Legacy time. Lock that brain in. It was Yoshi. Yes, Punkstar. Slow clap. Do you remember who the opponent was? I don't. But it was a fast mythic from full mummies with a eclipse. Absolutely disgusting strategy. Now, we are seeing Bast, so Kavoth has got half of the strategy down. Love it. Or at least a third of the strategy down. We'll see if he's going to keep going that way. He's missing some monuments, unfortunately. But of course, he's playing against Zeus. So you got to be a little bit careful with all of that because he's going to run into your base and cause a lot of issues. You can simply just wall off your base, though. Like, I don't get the love of doing this. Like, we can just put a temple here and we can put some houses here and then you can just wall off and be very, very safe. Especially, the problem here is that the wood lines are a little bit meh for Kavoth, so I don't know how he's going to go about defending those. Because if he tries to wall it in, for example, like say this is like a half decent way to wall it in your wood line, he's going to get hit with a centaur behind this. Nonetheless, the heroes chasing in. Priest is going to get bloodied up on the backside. Poor guy. And the other priest will come in with a little bit of heals, trying to keep that one alive. Can he get to the thing in time? Yes, he can. Priest survives. Heracles is very upset here. But now Heracles can basically just come and idle underneath the town center laughing because he's got himself 439 HP. How much effective? 464 effective pierce before he gets the plus 25% HP boost. Crazy. Wasn't it versus Nullus? I have no idea who it was first. I can't remember. It was like in the semifinals of... I want to say it was Divine Intervention, but I can't remember. Anyways, Armory up for Kavoth. And... to be honest, Pegasus probably could have just ran in here and then started beating up the villagers, but then he might get stuck. That could be the plan. Are there any houses? There are. You might get stuck here, which you don't really want to get stuck inside this position and then die with your opponent just healing you up. So I like the decision not to get in there. Got to be careful. As the barracks coming up for Kavoth. And the heroes coming in over onto this side, checking things out. This is a perfect situation for Kavoth to actually go for this sort of fast mythic idea with Pegasus going to TC. Of course, Kavoth doesn't know that this is a 2 TC at the moment. He's got no idea. It could just be a mass town center. Sorry, no, not mass town center. Mass unit, sort of fast, heroic into like full bronze gold mine denial type situation. What's my opinion on Atlanteans post-Aztec launch? I think that both Gaia and Kronos are in a really nice, balanced spot. They feel fun to play against. They are strong. And I think Uranus is S triple plus tier and needs to be nerfed into the ground. and burned with fire. All right. I think you need you need one of these ones. Yeah, you need one of those ones. Yeah, take that. Ha. Now Tantan coming up for Kavoth. This is late. He does have a nice back gold mine. I really would have liked to see the fast mythic here from Kavoth. This is a perfect opportunity to have just slapped down 3 monuments and gone heroic age and then gone mythic age. And then gone for mass mummy, son of Osiris, and just live the dream. Meanwhile, Sphinx in the main base does get taken out. You can't really raid Greek with a unupgraded Sphinx. Doesn't really work. You might be able to catch your opponent with their pants down, but Pegasus is the ultimate in pants down catching. So he is the one who will catch you with the pants down. Nice little move here, though, with the Spearman keeps the Sphinx alive. And now the Spearman raid. Now, this is one that you can definitely do versus Greek, because the Spearman have got 5 speed. He gets 2 Vilpix and also potentially a Hoplite, as the Heracles won't really mind. You can just run through there. Nevertheless, the Centaur comes in. I'm going to get a little bit of damage done. And there goes the Hydra.
Into you.
And Pegasus's Hoplite falls. But there is a heroic age in now for Kavoth as well. He's going through Sobek. So he's still continuing the idea. He's just missing the monuments. So we'll see if he's going to be able to get to the mythic age and utilize the power of the mummy. That I do think is quite far behind in order to actually make that happen. So we'll probably won't see it, unfortunately. As there goes the Odysseus for Pegasus. Villagers to start moving forward nice and early here from Kavoth. Try and secure this position. Of course, he's got to be worried about a bronze timing of sorts coming through. Can't really fight. Oh, he has the priest, so he might... Oh, okay. Not sure I understand that. I'm not sure I understand the ceasefire. Not sure I understand the eclipse. I'm not sure I understand that anything there. That one didn't make any sense to me. Now all of a sudden Kavoth has got 0 in the way of mummy shenanigans, and my replay of the Yoshi versus, I don't know, semifinals or finals or whatever it was will never happen. Actually, I want to go find out when it was. I'm gonna look up Wikipedia. I need to know. History is important. We can't let this stuff be forgotten. So we scroll down to the S tier tournaments. We scroll down to the Divine. Oh, was it against Shelton? Might have been against Shelton. No, that was on Mega Random. It definitely wasn't on Mega Random. Was it Champions League then? Or was it Pandora? It was on Pandora's Box. That's right. That's when Mirage was. Wait, Yoshi didn't play in Pandora's Box. I am so confused. Well, oh wait, unless it was in Champions League, was the... Oh, Champions League had Mirage. Okay, it must have been Champions League then. Finals, Skadi versus Yoshi in the 3rd place. It was Ra versus Zeus on Mirage. This is the exact matchup, and we don't get to see it again. How dare us? We've just been stripped of the genius. We're going to watch that game after this. We're revisiting it. Can I, is it? Holy shit, I can actually just look at it. I can find it immediately. Okay, we're gonna watch that afterwards because I've been cheated here. All right, let's do a quick speed up of this because I'm not saying what I want to see here. These guys have got no idea how to play the game of Age Mythology. The Rock Raid, though. All right. Rock Raid. Rock Raid has started. Villagers are upset, but the army over here says, you're out of position, my friend. Your tricky Rock Raid gets greeted with me coming and killing you. Of course, the Migdol Stronghold, double Migdol Stronghold, does scare Pegasus off as he kills off the town center. Lots of villagers going down over here, but the Prodromus in for the defense. Love that play from Pegasus. Of course, Prodromus do beat everything in the Migdol Stronghold, so if your opponent is only building Camel Rider and Chariot Archer and you get full Prodromus out, you can kill them all off, and then the Spearman will come through. I don't think Kavoth is going to be able to hold here. Yeah, GG. All right, hang on. We got to check this out. We're gonna go back in time. I hope that's okay. This is going to be wild. Hang on. Let's do it like this. Oh, the memories. Oh no, my face is in the wrong spot. Oh god, this looks disgusting. Can we put the quality up? It's at least to 1080p. Oh, cheapest. I don't think I've looked at an Age of Mythology legacy game since retolds were launched. This might be the first one. Hang on. Okay. So we're skipping through. I look young. Thanks, man. Wait, I look a lot younger now? This could have been in coronavirus time, so I was really fat. One of the two. 3 scarabs. 3 scarabs, a mummy, and more mummies to come. Hang on. We got to get to the massive fight. He wanders in. 1 town center versus 2 town centers. He's got 2 mummies. He's got 3 scarabs. Some might say it's a hefty amount of myth units, but we know it's not anymore. The mummy domination coming in. What a beautiful sight. The town city gets blown up. Skadi absolutely bewildered. Well, that was the strat, and now Yoshi starts lagging. So, yeah, so there's that. All right, that's enough of that. Oh, dearie me. Isn't the Son of the Cyrus doing all the work? No. So the mummies were one-hitting units back then. And then the rest of the dudes, yeah, the Scarrows are doing yeah, it's mostly just the Son of Osiris, probably right. Let's see if we can find another game going. All right, let's see if we can watch and see whether or not Uranus is indeed overpowered. Me struggling with Uranus in 1300 rating is fully a me problem. Yeah, sorry, man. It is. Uranus is a little tricky to play. It's not like you can kind of get away with doing anything and just win. There's a couple of like specific routes you can take through the game to win, but for the most part, broken Civ. Mummies were good. Yeah, mummies are good in Retold, but they were also good in Legacy. They were a must-build unit in Legacy because they one-hit the super units of your opponent. So if they built, like, say, Colossus, or they built, say, War Elephant, or they built, say, what was another big unit back then? I don't know, like Fire Giant, you'd want to build mummies. But also Favor Generation was slower, and game had less population, and game looked ugly.
Yow.
Yo. Yo. All right. So we got ourselves a classic Odin versus Uranus matchup. Big question is, I'm so glad I started Retold. Old AOM looked like something out of 2004. That's because Old AOM was out of 2000. Actually, it came out in 2002. So not unlike Retold, Eggy was OP back then. Yeah, both in Retold and in Legacy, Egyptian was OP. What's the Odin strat versus Uranus? My strategy is hold on and just try and survive and outplay as hard as I possibly can on the micro. It works for me up to a certain level, and then the players start beating me. So we'll see what the Super Saiyan has got cooking here. It's not an easy matchup for Odin, because you have to play around Shockwave, Carnivora, and Chaos into Shockwave, Carnivora, Chaos, and then into Shockwave, Carnivora, Chaos, and then into Vortex, Chaos, and then you're dead. So it's a tough one, but we'll see what the Super Saiyan can do. Now the other problem here is you see these three giraffes. Actually, to be honest, the good thing here for Odin, and the thing that the Odin player... Oh. Never mind. My guy, Dirt Super Saiyan, has just gotten the ultimate of cheesed. We saw this happen by Avely in one of the qualifiers. Dirt Super Saiyan is going to keep playing, but he does have his town center idled. Was he going to get the house as well? Surely not. Surely not. Oh, that's close. 45 HP in a dream. You should totally heroize the Oracle and just bash that down. That would be so worth it. That would have been disgusting. Okay. Okay, that's troll. That's troll. We don't need to troll that hard. You already got enough of an advantage. Alright. I was about to say, this map in particular isn't that bad for Odin because you can just go double berserk off the start and then get yourself as many hurtables as you can, which means you don't then need to go out and grab yourself like this hunt over here, which is dangerous to go and grab. You can just sit in your base and eat all of the hurtables. Okay, house going down is... This game has to be over, right? Oh. Can he out-damage the house, though? No. He can't out-damage the repair. And I guess this is perfectly fine now for Super Saiyan. He sort of has managed to get through the worst of it. And Carnivora being down is quite nice as well. It gets a little bit of play. So I think Sparks' strategy here is hilarious. I don't actually think it's that good. Even if you come out with a success here, I don't even think it's that good. Alrighty. Mermillo's doing Mermillo things. Long house, long housing. Long house, long housing. And the game goes on. Also got a little cheeky dwarf popping out. And back over to the gold mine. Alright, so from here on out, now you have the Rixdula angle. You have your gold mine defended. Your food is about to be finishing up. The idea here for Sparks should be to get a villager up onto this for a sky passage. And also get a Caraballister out. And that way, there's no way for the Super Saiyan to actually come and hit this, because the Caraballister will pop out, shoot, and then when the units get close, we'll jump in, pop over to the other side, shoot, and it's a very, very tough way to... a very, very tough thing to actually break through, which then also gives all of these giraffe and all of these giraffe over to Sparks BR. Nonetheless, we'll see exactly what's going to happen. We do see the double barracks out for Sparks. Of course, throwing axemen should be a fairly simple unit here for Der Super Saiyan to build. He is having a little bit of trouble on the production for the time being. Does need to get himself that gold mine. He should be good to go. Destruction SC, how's it going, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Meanwhile, Oracles will be scouting around, doing their thing. We do have a little cheeky wall coming up in the middle here from Der Super Saiyan. And these Mermillo will charge in here, trying to take out the villagers on this side. Does get one kill, and the villagers will just pull into the tower, gets the rest to safety. Not the safest of positions to have your villagers in. I would probably... I mean, if you didn't have the issue early on, this is the best place to have them. Right? Everyone on the same position, so your opponent can't catch you out with their speed, and then they have to run straight into the throw an axeman, and you're good. And the wall's starting to come down. Are they a little early? They are. I guess it doesn't really matter, but grabbing this tech as soon as you possibly can help out a lot with the thing, a safeguard. Right? A nice early safeguard is always going to be good. Another long house down for Der Super Saiyan as the Mermillos are going to be bailing out to the top left. And we see Bite of the Shark. We see Pickaxe. See medium infantry is pre-queued. And there goes the old shenanigans from Sparks. Now, Sparks could also go for a slightly different play here. Instead of spamming units out, he sees his opponent going very heavy on the walls. Just get to the heroic age. And then you have access to Satyr. And then you're going to be able to win all these fights very, very hard. Oracle up to the top. Longhouse onto this side. Mermillo's on the retreat. He's going for the ghost builds as the Galadriel just healing everyone up. That's so many longhouses to build. They're all going to get deleted and he gets the wood back, but wild as... I guess the next move here for Sparks, if he's not going to go heroic age, is to drop some counter barracks. But he drops the armories, and he does leave a little bit of pressure off of... the Super Saiyan. So Super Saiyan now could probably move over here and start looking to wall this off, secure this gold mine, and actually even move over early onto the gold mine as he's pushed his opponent back. The playing slow in this matchup is probably your best bet if you're Odin. Goes to the heroic age for birds. Birds are also an answer for sure, yeah, but you don't get chaos. That's the problem. Dryads are probably worthwhile as well, but it's just like the advantage of not having to spend any resources and getting a chaos versus having to spend some resources to get some dryads. It's kind of similar amount of value for both, but you get more stuff out with chaos faster. But yeah, the dryad Stymphalian bird is definitely another option. So the Stymphalian birds also cost more. I think they do, right? 250, 25. Yeah, they cost way more. The same amount of resources, but 5 more favor. Big attack over here. Shockwave onto the throwing axemans would be perfectly reasonable here. Got so many units, but Mermillo versus throwing axeman should be okay for Der Super Saiyan, but no micro here, unfortunately. Sitting still is generally not the best of moves for you. There's now Super Saiyan will pull back. Little bits of shoot and scoot here will go a long way as he does sit onto this spot. The Murmillo's targeting down the Ironary is good for Super Saiyan as the shockwave there goes down, and that's going to spread those throw and axemen out, and he will decide in that moment that he's had enough and will pull back. But I think after the dust settles here, Super Saiyan gets a half decent trade. Carnivore and Shockwave out because Sparks isn't building any counter range units. Super Saiyan is getting through this. If there was, say, 5, even 5, right, Terma in this army, I don't think that fight would have gone good for Sparks in the slightest. Our military barracks coming down. Another military barracks on the bottom. Got ourselves the old sky passages on both sides of the map here. This one, obviously not super useful anymore, but he can definitely jump through here into here to move a villager up to grab this position. Still not building any Terma is hurting my brain. I actually feel like even after all of the advantage that Sparks got early on, I feel like Super Saiyan has got somewhat of an advantage here just because of the unit comp diff. Lots of people like to say all you need to do is build Murmillos as Uranos, but this is obviously not the case. As the dwarves will get charged in on. And a bit of a fight to happen over onto this side. With that Ironary here to blow the horn, should be a good fight for Super Saiyan. He's doesn't actually have that much military though, but with all of the throw and axemen being able to one-hit Murmillos, it does take the Caladrias out of the fight, which is the brunt of the advantage of military pop here that Sparks has. And Sparks will pull back. And now we're starting to see some other units. The Caraballister is the option. I don't mind the Caraballister because he hasn't seen any sort of cavalry units just yet. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. As the armory to come down, more longhouses. Oh, market as well. Of course, selling some wood to go to the heroic age makes a lot of sense. If you can get to the heroic age and has some food income, does have the options to go into some mountain giants, which can be really nice. But actually, for the moment, I think the Super Saiyan just needs units. But he's only got 4 longhouses, which is a little on the low side. If you compare that over to what Sparks has got, he's got the 5 military buildings, but he's also spammed out way more units here. I think this might be where life gets very tough for him, because how's he going to get onto that Caraballister? He's got to deal with another Carnivora. There is another Shockwave there, as well as the units try to run during that Ironary special. Not able to do so, and he's going to drop everything. Murmillo, or not Murmillos, but Berserk's getting converted. That's not going to be enough, and Sparks knows it. He has found enough of an advantage, and that is the game as the Pure Murmillo wins. You hate to see it. Feels bad to see Pure Murmillo winning. But unfortunately, that do be the way that it goes from time to time, especially on that macro side of things. Economically speaking, I think this game was pretty close. Yeah, it was pretty close. I just think this was a macro issue and a micro issue on the side of Super Saiyan. He should have won. Didn't get the units out fast enough and had some issues because of it. GG. I don't know if I said hi to you guys, but Alira and Destruction SC, what's going on, my guys? Do. Let's see the old aomstats. We got Pakal and Punkstar. Guess we can play a ranked game. Let's give it a go. I haven't played a game today. Would someone like to play me in the chat? Someone come play me. I'm ready. No, we're not playing team games, Kito. Team games aren't for me. All right. I think Aztec only busted on aomstats because they have access to minor gods Isis and Ra. True. Yeah, come spam your Aztec strats at me. I want to see him. No one? No one wants to play? Feels bad. Have you ever done coaching a coal ranked player type content? I have some coaching content on my Patreon, but yeah, that's about it. Hey, come abuse me, Ben. I'm ready for you. Maybe not. I don't know. He's currently away. Not the Boit is scary or anything. Aw. My guy. I'm a nice guy, I swear. When you come visit me in Perth, we'll go get a beer. Promise. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna lose some rating points. You've never been to Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia is lovely. You should come. Come visit. Nice place. Very, very good. It's the best place, actually. Doesn't get any better. A must visit. A must exist. You've got to be here. Be here or don't be here. I don't know. Boit, nice guy till he gushed your army into his walled off base and drops pre-nerf swamp. And people want Fujin buffed. I tried to show them. I tried to show them the way, but nobody wanted to try it. They're all like, nah, fuck that. Let's just play for Raijin. Let's just play for the other thing and then lose and complain it doesn't work. Jerks. Alright. I gotta switch on now. Play some ranked games. It's been a hot minute, I think. I didn't play yesterday. I didn't play today. I don't remember playing on Thursday. Did I play on Thursday? I think I played a couple games on Thursday. I think it was all versus Dudu though. I've done so much God's work with Fujin. Oh boy, just showed everyone that early wall strat. It's actually huge. Do you like it? Have you tried it? You stream a God's face. I think I struggle with Uranus on the classical army composition. I need to micro. Yeah, that's true. It is very, very tricky. It is very, very tricky to play the Atlantean army if your control isn't good. You need to set up ranged unit hotkeys. If you can't control your ranged units, it's not worth playing Atlantean. For sure, I'll 100% agree with you. If you can't control your ranged units or you can't control ranged myth units, then Atlantean won't be for you. Is it just me, or have people gotten way better since Retold? Yes. Yes, everyone is a lot better at playing Age of Mythology Retold now than at release, for sure. Alright. Valley of the Kings. King of the Valleys. Let's go. Let's see. Let's go for a fun matchup, please. No Uranus abuse on this day. Oh, no. Oh, no. I asked for literally the opposite of this, and I'm going to get it. I'm super unhappy. I'm not happy with this. This is not what I want to, I don't want to do. I don't want to be here. That'll do. Kind of rubbish gold mine as well. Go down to this wood line. Oh dear. Good luck. Have fun. beautiful second town center here. Is it possible for me to go for a second town center with Japan? We need to come over onto food. I'm looking for goats. This town center is also good. This town center. Both of the town centers are good. Do we go fast 3 town center? Don't worry, Uranus is weak. I think Uranus is weak in the hands of Kavoth, but everyone else very good with the god. Okay. Let's swing around here, see what's on the back. So I haven't found any goats, which is making me very unhappy. I think you go for Minakata Tomi in this matchup, right? Not for the other one. Minakata Tomi in order for extra hunt, so I don't have to go leave my base. And I can put the wolf thing here to protect my gold mine. I'm going to move my temple on the back of my base here, I think. Maybe like here. That makes sense. I need a house. I'm just going to put it here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lag? Hello? That was a big lag spike. I don't like that. Okay. You're going to just be chilling here until we get the thing, so just at least scout out what's happening. I don't want to go for that town center, though. I feel like it's suicide versus Uranus, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Thank you. We also have this over there. Okay, this one. Ooh. Okay, I can't go for the town center. That's fine. Okay, double military barracks. We can go into Yumi archers, I think. Okay.
指示を音声
なんでしょう。進め前進。はい。
なんはい。
良い何事じゃ。
Okay.
押し出せ。よかろ。
We are
指示は光。
very much defended.
あそこへこう。わしがやろう。よかろ。
準備的聞こり。
あそこへこう。出るぞ。わしがやろう。よ出る。よい。あそこへこう。
何行くね。カーリー。
出るぞ。わしよかろ。出るぞ。
Okay, now I want to go get this town center up if I can. Let me just see what he's doing in his main base.
わし名をけこう。よわしがやろう。よい。
I might need to get into
指示や建築たカーリー。
a different unit, but I want this town center. So we'll just see what he's doing.
何かあそこへよかろ。
Make sure he's not on this so he can't see me somewhere.
準備完了。了解。
あそこへ出るぞ。わしがやろう。
なんだ行くぞ。準備
That was not where I clicked. There is no way that is where I
行く
clicked.
ぞ。建築担当。
何事じゃ。突撃せよ。
なんだ攻撃マク両対準備的行く任せはいカーリーカーリー。
あすよい出るよかろ。
Now there was some bullshit.
名誉何か指示を用意は用意出るぞ。指示をもうに任せ出るぞ。何事名用意よかろ。わしにわしがやろう。
なんだ了解。カリカリ。
何なんだ任せて行くカーリー。
指示は任せろ。カリ。
何事じゃ出るぞ。よかろ。用意。
はい。建
あ
築担当。
そこへこう。前進じゃ。戦のここぞ。わしがやろう。音声。
Okay.
準備建築最高。
名誉結構出るぞ。何か。用意。
指示任せろ。カリ。
わしによかろ。
ご向かおう。はい。了解しました。
指示ある準備的対カーリー。
カリ。
何建築担当。
わしがやろう。
なんと任務攻撃。了解。進め。はい。了解しました。
A double shot.
なんだ任せカーリー。
Okay. Now, natural next movement is what?
何行くね。建築担当。
I think it's into like Contarius, right? Oh, he's gone 2TC. Okay. Fine. No, we just go next stage then. I'll drop an armory.
なんだ了解。建築担当。
準備了解。採掘。
わし用意はよ。あすよなれるわしがやろう。何事じゃ。
Okay.
準備カリ。
指示ある何なんだはいカーリー。準備できた
用意は
よ
で。きておる。あそこへこう。
何マカ地区行くね。マカ
Let's grab this. I think this one actually in this matchup. So that I have an answer for the chaos. We just drop the thing on when he chaoses us and we might be okay.
何事じゃ。出るぞ。
What is happening with this lag?
あそこへこう。わしよ押し出せ。あそこへこう。前進じゃ。わしがやろう。突撃せよ。よし。よかろう。前進じゃ。出る。わしよあそこへこう。よかろう。
はい。任せきこり。
Alright, we don't need this many villages on this anymore. Just come here. Make sure this is defended.
建築担当。建築担当。建築担当。
I don't need this much at all, actually.
準備行くぞ。はい。建築なんだ了解。きこり。
I think I want like samurai, no? Samurai, and I don't want to really go into these guys early, but maybe I may as well do it. And then I probably should get upgrades. These guys. I need to scout more, don't I? I have no idea what's coming my way. I can just guessing and trying to play around everything, which is never a good idea. Okay, houses. Stop chopping down that tree.
なんだ建築担当
指示任せ建築担当
There's no way out this way, right? No.
採掘 なんだ領木こり
I'm gonna drop a castle behind here because he's still not advanced, and that'll help me get this position fully defended.
はい建築担
I'm
当
just going for that. Okay. I'll grab this, but let me just pop in here and just see what he's building. Because if I can go into Yadi, I will. I do need these guys,
準備完了
whatever they're called. First and foremost. Building them.
なんだ
何行くはい
指示任せろカリなんでしょ
Okay.
指示ある建築担当
う了解行くぞカリ
準備できたよ
こり
あそこへ行くよ出るぞ
ん建任せろ建築採掘
よし何がよ出るよあそこへ行く
何任せカーリ
よしよいよい
Yeah, I've got like the dryads coming my way. That's why these guys are coming out on the Musha, and he's also going for those other guys. I just want to like confirm what his army is. So just check both town centers up to the top. I want to just go Mythic Age if I can. I'll go for this one.
準備
なんだ
完了
目をタイ
目を蹴るぞよあそこへ行こう指示を申せあそよ出るぞ
Not a bad scout from him.
指示ある行くはいカーリ行くねカーリ
よいわしに任せよ何事じゃ目を蹴こう
I've got no idea where his army is. Or if he's even building an army at this moment. I'm very
あ
confused.
そこへ行こ
Let me just get to the next age.
任せて目をタイなんだはい何行くね建築担当
う用意はできてよ
He's got upgraded dudes.
了解建築担当はい了解家畜指示は
任せて採掘
I haven't seen him build any archers yet, so
よあそこへ行こうよ出るぞ出るぞあそよわしがやろうよかろよあせるあよかろよい指示を申せ
yeah, so we just need
よかろ何かわしに任
on the Musha.
ん行くぞ建築担当準備か採掘指示ははい了解木こり
なんだはい木こり
せあそこへ行こうよかろ
I need more buildings down as well.
建築担当準備建築採掘
目をかしがやろうわし何か出るぞ
はい行くぞ建築担当
何あそこへ行こ
なんだ建築担当
う用意はできてよわし何
Just keep getting upgrades, keep playing defense. We're going to get another Thunderburst for
木こり
the next situation soon.
わしに出るぞ
指示は了解建築担当
用意はできてよ
出発する準備完了建築担当なんだ任せろはい家畜任務に従います戦闘開始任せろ了はい建築担当ご指示をなんだ任務遂行出発するなんで任務準備了解はい指示木こり了解建築なんだ任せ行くぞ建築担当
よかろよ何事じゃやろう何か指示を
指示ある建築担当
建築担当
な行くね。なんはい任せて行くね。
わしに任せよ。
準備完了。
I need more wood, hey?
指示ある。
木こり
Maybe here?
建築担当。
よい、あそこへ行こう。よかろう。し、あす、よ、出るぞ。よ、わしに任せよ。
指示木こり。
なに、よいは、あす、よ、出る、あそこ、よかろう。出る、あそこへ行こう。よ、
準備できたよ。
はい。行くぞ。
よかろう。あす、よい。わしがやろう。出るぞ。あすよ、わしがやろう。
了解。建築担当。
よ、出るぞ。よ、わしが出るぞ。よい、
準備
I'm
完
sort of
了。
trapped here.
はい。木こり。
よ、わしがやろう。よかろう。
建築担当。指示は了解。
Maybe I can get over.
わしがやろう。出る
If
ぞ。
I can get to this town center
行くぞ。建築担当。
よかろ
and
う。
force a fight there, that'll be really nice, I
木こり
think.
木こり木こり。
戦のここぞ。
何です？お任せください。
準備完了。建築担当。
よい。何か出るよ。あそこ。よ、あそこ。わしが突撃ぜよ。出るぞ。
Okay.
何？
ん行くぞ。はい。建築担
わし
当。
問いはできておる。よ、わしる、あすよ、あするよ、よ、出る、あす、あすよ、出るぞ。あそこへ行こう。押し出せ。
準備できたよ。はい。
建築担当。
建築担当。指示ある。
なんだ。
Yay.
建築担当。
はい、ご指示をください。今参ります。私が参ります。建
準
築担当。
備建築担当。指示は建築担当。なんだ。了建築担当。
準備了解。建築担当。準備整う。今異議なし。
なんだ。行くぞ。建築担当。
よ、わしがやろう。
We'll get this as well from the other ones. Now we're going to wander this way. That's fair enough. You will attack me here.
準備完了。はい。
出るぞ。あそこへ行こ
なんでしょう。
何か用意よ、
指示はなんだ。こり準備任せろ。建築担当。了解。
わし指示を申す。用意。わしよかろう。あそこへ行こ
Okay.
了解します。出発する。
う。用意。よ、出る。よかろう。わしがあそこへ行こ
なんだ。行くぞ。建築
ご
担当。
指示をください。
う。用意はできておる。
任せろ。建築担
わしにも
当。
何事じゃ。
はい。指示ははい。
何？
了任せろ。行くぞ。任せろ。建築担当。指示は建築担当。
用意はでき、指示を申す。出るぞ。
Fuck me!
なんだ？
My guy is absolutely owning me.
に向かう。
何？任せて。了採掘。
指示
えよ、何か。
了解。建築担当準備か。はい。了解。再活向かおう。
あそこへ行こう。よしが出る。よい。あそこ。
何建築採掘
指示採掘。
なんだ建築担当
任務しはい。任務に従います。任務か。なんだ建築担当。指示をそう。建築担当準備任せろ。建築担当了解しました。
指示あるな任せ建築担当
I gotta get out of this.
準備完了。了解。
準備できたよ
はい。建築担当。
よかろう。出るぞ。
ご指示を。何です。指示を。準備了。採掘。はい。何で向かおう。指示に。はい。
建築担当
準備完了。ご指示了解。任務に従います。
私に任せよ。
何て何任せて
何です。向かおう。任務遂行。
命を結構。全身突撃せよ。
ご指示を。
私がやる。
任せろ。建築担当。
なんだ建築担当採掘
よかろう。あそこへ行こ
Okay.
う。用意はで
なんだはい。任せろ。
I need another wood line, hey?
木こり建築担
出るぞ。
当。了解。行くぞ。なんだ建築担当。採掘。
何事私が用意。押し出せ。
準備了解。なんで了解しました。指示を。
何事じゃ。
はい。
出るぞ。よそこへ。よかろう。用意はでき。何事わしよ。あそこよ。変身じゃ。
指示了解しました。
何かわしが撃て。
ご指示を。準備か任せろ。はい。行くぞ。了解。
Need to get these walls up, hey?
建築担当。建築担当。
命を結構。わしに任せ。何事用意。戦のわしがやる。
試験の作
準
業
備完了。
はい
何事じゃ。指示を申す。よし。
なんでしょう。はい。攻撃。
Okay.
わしに任せ。何か命を
Kill this. Kill this.
はい。
Seriously, there's like...
木こり
Just chop the wood, please.
準備完了。なんて進め。
はい
出るぞ。よかろう。
向かおう。はいはい。前進。指示を。指示を。なんでしょう。了解。攻撃。はい。
Okay.
任せろ。準備完了。建築採掘。指示を。なんでしょう。前進進め。突撃。はい。両手任務遂行。ご指示を。
何攻撃用了解攻撃用
Give me my town center.
何了解はい建築担当
I don't need TC with these chickens. Get wrecked. My god can beat up your god. Victory! Summons an entire army. True. Bird is the word. But my bird stronger than your bird. I think he had this game if he stayed down the bottom here and just pressured the shit out of this. Yeah, 4.6 speed on this bird is way too much. I can just pull his archers. Easy. He did make me try. I was sweating for a bit there. But he was playing Uranus, and Uranus is a cheat god, so I had to pull the cheat codes to get out of it. You know what I mean? Fast, long range. Well, it's not a long range flying in. It's only got 12 range, but it is fast and its damage is front loaded, which again is the problem with like every single myth unit that's got any issues in this game. The issue is that their damage is front loaded and it just does not need to be front loaded. You just go, oh, okay, let's just make the damage. We'll take all, like you take the entirety of their DPS, right? And you just go, all right, let's make it so that the DPS is level, flatline the entire way through. Or you make the whatever the burst ability is like a burst of bonus damage, right? So when the Satyr throws that when the Satyr throws that special ability, you go, all right, instead of it doing 20 with 20 piercing damage, right? We make it go at every 20 seconds. We make it do an extra on top of a regular DPS, a regular damage. We make it do 5 piercing damage, right? So you throw your normal DPS and it does 5 piercing damage to everything that it hits, but you get to throw that every 5 seconds. So the DPS stays the same overall, but it's not front loaded. And all of a sudden now the Satyr can't just walk forward and go, here's all my fucking damage, and then run away. And you're like, well, fuck. Do you know what I mean? So anything that's got front-loaded damage, just cut the CD down by like 4x and cut the DPS by 4, or damage on it by 4x, and you're good. Like that would be the answer for this bird as well. Would be to be like, it's got 25 seconds of recharge time. Put it 5 seconds of recharge time, but instead of you getting, what's the damage? 240 damage. Are you fucking kidding me? Instead of you getting 240 damage on that strafe attack, well, it's actually 420 because this is times 2, right? Plus 4. So you, oh, sorry, it's not times 2. It's times 1.8 or whatever it is. Right? This goes from 240, I think goes up to like 400 or something. I don't know. But you go, all right. Wretch Strafe is now doing its ability every 5 seconds, but doing 1 spawn of Wretches. So you have to sit there and you have to keep on going, Wretch, Wretch, Wretch. And it adds up over time. Great, no problems. If you're sitting there and you do damage for 25 seconds and you get out, say, I don't know, 10 dudes, because you got the second thing, right? The second tier. So one dude for an unupgraded, 2 dudes for an upgraded. You get yourself 10 dudes after 25 seconds. Fucking great. That's fucking awesome. Too late to wait. Your chat already helped me, but I wonder what you would recommend as a major god for a new player. Like, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to be aggressive and you want to get into raiding a lot, Poseidon's fantastic. Odin's fantastic for that. If you want to play a defensive game, you want to be a defender, Hades is really fun. I personally think Freya's quite a beginner-friendly god for a very specific defending type of beginner. Just because you have to learn the game plan, so you have to dive into the god. You're not going to be able to play the god without diving into it. You have to learn first. But once you learn how to play him, he's quite simple, I think. I would stay away from the Egyptians. Thor is another nice defensive god that has some offensive ideas, but again, you have to dive into him first. Not the simplest of gods, but it is simple because it doesn't matter if you're building dwarves or gatherers, so the economy is a little bit easier for Thor than it is for Odin, Loki, Freya. I wouldn't call the Atlanteans super easy, though. If you want to play an easy economic thing and want to focus 100% on micro, then Gaia is your god. Inside of the Chinese, these gods are quite difficult to play because they're all very specific game plans. I'd stay away from them. Inside of Japan, you can play Amaterasu. She's very easy to play. I think she's very strong as well. And inside of the Aztecs, I think you should stay away from them. They're very, very tough. Very difficult to play gods. So I want to nerf micro. No, I want to nerf front-loaded damage because it means I come in. It's not micro. I don't believe this is micro. You go in, you shoot your front-loaded damage, and then you walk away. That's what I think. I don't think that's micro. What micro is oh, my opponent is attacking my specific unit. Let me pull that specific unit back. But what ends up happening is there's no point in me sitting there with all my myth units. I go, okay, I've already done the bulk of my damage. Let me get out of there, and then I'll come back when it's back up, or after I've killed off your heroes, and I'll just do regular damage. Do you know what I mean? That's my take. All right. Thanks for listening to my take. Let's watch Dudu the Spartan versus Punkstar. The battle of the century. This is what you all came here wanting. And it's actually not a nerf either. It's not, it is a nerf because it's a nerf to people who are incredibly skilled, but it's a buff to those that aren't incredibly skilled, if that makes any sense. So the unit would be doing more if you don't touch it in terms of actual DPS, but doing less if you're a micro sweat lord like me. Now, basically, I want the micro sweat lord to have a little bit less value with their myth units because that's something that ends up happening. I'm not cooking with this one. I think I am. I think I cooked real hard. This is a good one. It's the same thing with the obsidian butterfly, right? This unit is kind of shit. And that might be controversial. The unit is kind of shit if you take away its special ability. So what should you do? You should make the special ability a little bit more a part of its core. And you should nerf the special ability. So that's the thing. Sadfat, what's going on? How you doing, man? I played an Age Mythology game before. I had to play against Tyrannus and it tuckered me out. But I like the idea of an Aztec unit, not a hero, has multiplier against myths. Every single myth unit has a multiplier against myth units. The Aztecs do have a specific anti-myth unit called that sits in the middle. This myth unit beats the vast majority of myth units in the game. Actually, we could go test that if you like. I'm interested. I've been saying that because it feels like that when I play, but I might be wrong. So the tsitsi, sit. How do I say it? I don't even know. Huh? Is it? Oh, is it TZ? Okay. So this guy. Let's just go versus heroic age myth units first. So what's another big bruiser of a myth unit in the heroic age? Something like a battle boar. Whoops. See how he does versus the battle boar. I'm fairly sure he dominates this. We're going to go with Discount Lepoka and Loki and Heroic Age with Coil. Is that right? Yes. Its Pap is the other one. You can go Heroic Age as well with Bragi. I don't need an upgrade, but I want an upgrade, but we're not going to go with an upgrade. We'll do the Hydra. Against the Frost Giant is a bit of a silly one because the Frost Giant is sort of the ultimate in anti-myth unit. This is kind of interesting because this is not what I was expecting. This is not the unit I would go after with the Sits middle. He gets owned. Doesn't have any upgrades yet though. We're going to do it with the upgrade. Oh. Why is he running away? Why is he so scared? Don't understand. Okay. I think that might be because the AI is weird. The Battle Ball does win that fight. So I'm not exactly surprised about. I sort of expected that. But let me put the upgrade on and see if it changes anything. What's it called? Anyone know what the upgrade's called? Player. Set. Tech status. Player set. What's it? Does anyone know what it's called? Sense something. Sensen Wits Nahua. That's it. That's the one. Alright. I'll see. Stunned. He's in. And doing much better with this upgrade. Alright. Yep. He's winning. Okay, good. I am very much correct on this. So if he beats the Battle Boar, another unit to test was the Hydra. That's an interesting one. I also wouldn't be using this unit to kill off the Hydra. That's not my idea. The idea would be if there's a Hydra, I just want to be using my Warrior Priest because it's like a bulky unit that my Warrior Priest can get in and fight. But then again, he might win. And of course, the Hydra becomes its most powerful self later in the fights once it gets more heads. And of course, here it will get only 2 heads, I believe, before this guy dies. Okay, and he just barely does win on 1 head. Barely. Of course, he didn't have the upgrade, so it's a bit of an unfair fight, but that's okay. Is there another Mythic Age myth unit worth checking? Baihu? We don't really care about the... nobody makes Heroic Age myth units, right? Who wins this fight? This will be interesting. He jumps in. He stuns. He gnaws. Now he gets smacked back, and now he stuns. And now it's both of the guys going at each other. Only I think the stun here from you comes off cooldown first. Oh my god, is that close? Star Demon sits in the middle versus Bayou. Star Demon is in the lead. The Nemean Lion, it's going to lose the Nemean Lion. Nemean Lion's a support unit. Not really much sense in testing that. Tengu. Who wins on the Tengu? I'm going to play as player 2 and utilize the special ability on cooldown. Otherwise, it won't do it. Of course, I lost a lot of the special there, so we could probably do this again. Yeah, hang on. Let's do this again and not jump in. We'll take the stun first and then jump. See if he can win. So he loses otherwise. We're stunned? There you go. Well, you can jump during the stun as well. That's interesting. But the Titsumidal still wins. That's fucking wild. Hold on, let me try that again. It is not... Oh, you're right. It's not a Tengu Master. True. Let's do the Tengu Master. It's... Oh my god, what is it called? Brain, fire, please, brain work. My brain is not on. Aesthetic practices, that's right. Jesus. Do you ever like, is your brain ever hurting when you're trying to like, and you can't remember something and it just starts hurting? Yeah, it can literally jump during the stun. That's wild. Okay. We'll see who wins. Very close. Star Demon sits in the middle with the dub. And that's while doing the best micro possible on the Tengu Master. Most people will just have the Tengu Master dive in, get stunned, lose half of their jump on the thing. If you jump away while stunned, but then you don't have the stats. Hang on, let's just do it. Let me just confirm that jumping in is bad first and foremost. He jumps in, takes the stun, then fights. It could be that it was bad. Nah. It's a middle OP. Okay, fantastic. Good to see. Counterpoint, you can heal the Tengu more easily and they're probably gathering you gold. Yeah, but you can get more tits and middles out. So it's counterpoint moot. You can get way more tits and middles out. All right. Another one? What's another myth unit? I need another myth unit. I need another one. Oni? Oni will win. Oni is the ultimate of myth unit. This guy doesn't lose to anything. He is OP AF and everyone just doesn't realize it. You don't have Fujin, do you? Doesn't really matter. Just give him Oni's mask and... What's the other one? Oni mask as well as... I can't remember. What's the other tech? If Star Demon runs away after he uses his special until the buff goes... Yeah, you could do that. You could micro the Star Demon into the tits if you like. What's the other one? Oh, the Yoton? But that's not what I'm asking. What's the other upgrade for the Oni? It's Oni mask, and then there's the one that actually gives the Oni extra stuff. Come on, Ben. I need you, my dude. Rage? Monstrous Rage. No. Rage of the Slaughter? Deadly Rage? There it is. All right, let's go. Ben, you've been useless. You didn't help me. So here's the thing. You get stunned. Oh, no, you don't. That canceled the thing. Okay, and now smacks. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at the blood splat. I reckon if I micro, I can win that with the Star Demon. I reckon I can micro this and win. Let me see. We might have the strongest myth unit in the game here, so we can run in. Yeah, I can win this. So I've taken the buff away. That's why I ran. But it's still not enough. That's wild. Wait, is it? If I run away with the buff down? Can I win? Okay, I have to run again. I just want to see if I can win so long as he doesn't have the buff on. Of course, I now get my special back, which isn't really fair. It's the middle for the win. This unit's busted. You curious about the Frost Giant? Frost Giant wins because it can auto stun. It stuns forever. We haven't gotten past the heroic age myth units, but if you want to go for the myth units in the mythic age, we can. Rock Giant, I think it'll win, to be honest. This doesn't do anything. This is a support myth unit. Yeah, he's a support myth unit. It doesn't do anything. Oh, you want to do the Yoton? Okay. Now the Mountain Giant, I'm fairly sure there's no way I can win this because there's no micro here. I can just run it. I can run it down. Yoton. Start him in first walking puts.
Ni chiwas.
Yeah, so we do the stun here. Actually, I wonder if it's better to not stun right away. Take a smack or two and then stun, because you get some life steal that you're missing out on. You still get a little bit of HP back. Yotan OP. Okay, yeah, we can go into the Mythic Age. Which Mythic Age one do you want to see? Fafnir?
Motlanawati Nelly.
Oh, he's gold. Why is he gold? Look at this Fafnir go! This unit. If this unit loses, I'll be very surprised. This guy is a beast. It's going to be somewhat close, but he's more of a... I kill lots of things than single targets, but... To start him in 2 pop, I don't think so. 3 pop? Yeah, 3 pop. The Soul Guide is another... That's a support myth unit. It shouldn't win these, right? Of course, we're not in the Mythic Age, are we? But anyways. Holy damage. Oh, that was a special, though. Dude, this guy's tanky AF. This guy ain't your average, Oh, he's a melee unit. I see. Yeah, it's a middle OP. We don't even need the Mythic Age to beat the Soul Guide. Yeah, we could go Mythic Age. Owl. The owl I don't understand. I did want to test this actually. Hang on. Let me test this. I want to see, does the Tunkulachu actually one-bang units with its special? That's what I was interested in. If we have a whole bunch of them and we have like a whole bunch of hoplites, I should see dead hoplites on this special. At least some, right? No, I don't think that Titsa Middle needs nerfs. I'm just saying that it's a really, really good unit. Okay. Okay. I could be wrong, but I feel like there was some one-hitting going on there. Hang on. Let me see how many hoplites these Tunkulachu can kill. Let's go ahead and put this guy to Zeus and this guy over to whomever has this god. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's go. Okay. I mean, it's not gone super well for the Tunkulachus. But they also didn't really do their attack on the same units. So I'm going to try micro this time and see what happens. Yeah, so the special takes the HP down and also gives a small chance to one hit. I got 21 kills! I got 21 kills from the special! That's how you do it. That's the secret. GG. Alright, Tunk might be okay. The Tunk might be okay. Just need to use it in a fight against a whole bunch of melee units. That's your option when your opponent's like full melee. Go into Tunks. All right, that's enough testing for one day. Hope you guys enjoyed that testing. Did I get the upgrade for the Tunk? What's the upgrade for the Tunk? Is there an upgrade? There's no upgrade. Yeah, there's no upgrade. You're going crazy. My question here is, can also God Powers one-shot army as long as they're marked by the owl? Maybe. The owl should fly? That's on me. Sorry, no. Not my fault. Not my fault it doesn't. I didn't have any feedback on that. That was not my feedback. I didn't make it happen. Don't blame me. Not my fault. What shall we do? I really need some water in me. We're gonna take the shortest of breaks. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. And actually no, I have some here. What the hell? No, I haven't tested the Aztec ship's text. I don't care about water. Water doesn't exist in Age of Mythology. Let's play another game. All right. Got to test the Star Demon versus the Titan. Star Demon will win for sure. Obsidian Ridge. Oh no. Not Obsidian Ridge. Anything but Obsidian Ridge. LOL! He quit! He didn't want to play Obsidian Ridge. It's already happening. Show some games. Me versus Punk. Alright. Did you just play? Punkstar versus Doodoo. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's watch this one. This one looks like fun. There's a Gaia strat that I think is incredibly tough for Set to beat. Safat, you're going to enjoy this one. I think. Ugh. Alrighty. What's worse, Anatolia or Obsidian? I like the Obsidian map. I don't know why anyone wouldn't like it. I think the general problem is that there's like 2 types of players. 3 types of players. Yeah. There's 3 types of players in Age of Mythology. Player type number 1 is the most common in Age of Mythology. It's the player that wants to get in your face, try and do as many things as they possibly can in order to kill you. They want to raid you, they want to raid you some more, and then they want to be able to, in the fight, they want to sweaty micro everything and try and outplay you with their units, right? That's number 1. That's type number 1. Thank you for the subscription. Hell's Ravage, thanks, man. Type number 2. Now, this is the Kavoth type. They want to sit back and they want to react to everything that you do. And they want you to, they want you to make a decision and then them to see you making the decision and then counter that decision. That's type 2. Type 3 is the player that basically it doesn't matter what is going on. All they want to do is do the strategy that they prepared. Whether that be to play that defense or to go and do that attack or they just want to do that strat. And it doesn't matter if it works or not, they're just going to do it. So that's type 3. And Age of Mythology is all type A. Like 80% type A above 1500. Type B is mostly in like the top 100, right? And then, of course, if you're not, yeah, and then they're scattered throughout the rest. And then type C is like the other sort of 10, 15%. Do I want to play after this? Yeah, I can play a game or two after this. But we're going to check this game out because I heard Punkstar went Leto, everyone's favorite god. Uh-oh.
Bullreg.
Dude who spotted the Oracle. Hell's Ravager Sat Fat, 35-5. That's a close record. That's good.
Bullreg.
Hell's is really, really strong. Getting 5 wins on Hell's, that's better than I have. What does it have a thing for me in Hell's? Hashtag H2HR Boit. Yeah, no matches. We haven't played before. That's fair enough. So protecting the gold mine is good. Not really easy to come in and attack this. Leto coming through. If I was Punkstar, and going Leto, I would be getting extra oracles out here. Because if you go oracles, get your favor, and then you can start massing up the automatons. And basically, no matter what the set player does, if he doesn't manage to clean up the oracles, then you basically are going to find a win in this game. Where do you find updated build orders for each god? Husk Soup, no YouTube? No, Husk Soup's YouTube channel. DOD's website is the most up to date. I don't know about aom.gg, but yeah, DOD's website has written down ones. But Husk Soup, DOD, and DOD clan. I think it's dodclan.com. There it is. And yeah, and then click on build orders. That's where the most up-to-date ones are. Random Pharaoh in your base? I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one, doo-doo. You keep on doing it, and maybe you get wins from time to time, and it's annoying, but I don't know about this one. Automaton. Please repair this. You just have to tap it. You just have to tap this automaton and it stays alive. It resets the timer. So you can get over here, tap, and then run, and then tap, and then run, and you're good to go. Oh, there he goes. So automaton will come back up, and he runs back as the army comes back in. A couple more Termita come through. I think just going into Murmillos here, just normal against this, would have been a really nice reaction. And then you can go into your automatons. Dudu got you here. Yeah, he's got the forward Pharaoh shenanigans down for sure. His economy is absolutely arse, but he does have the shenanigans. That's for sure. Oh my god, the Elephant of Set comes in with its 15 hack damage per well, not per second, 7.1 times 1.5. Why is the Pharaoh? And he's got to kill off the myth units, obviously. And heal his army as well. That's true. Dudu's forward Pharaoh is getting himself bonus resources by healing up his army here. Very smart. That's very true. Then again, you can do the same thing with a priest. One Caraballister. 3, 5 Slinger. There's really not enough automatons out at the moment. The lack of not repairing this is absolutely doing my head in. I gotta say, if I see anyone going Leto and not building automatons, I have to ask the question, why? I get to ask that question. I think it's a valid question to ask. The automaton is an amazing myth unit. It is effectively your infantry unit as Gaia. You just make priests? Did you know, Mr. Yasar Cool, that the automaton is cheaper than a priest, and it beats it. Now, of course, this depends on how much you value favor, but for Atlanteans, I value favor very, very low. Normally I say favor is about 10 resources per unit, right? Or so per unit of favor. But for Atlanteans, it's a much less because it comes in much faster and you get a whole bunch of it for free at the start of the game because you have those 3 oracles, right? And they're gathering favor for free. So anyways, I value it much less. The automaton costs 90 gold and 6 favor. I would say it's maximum costing about 100 resources for Gaia. And at 1 versus 1's the priest. It beats the priest in a 1v1. So long as you don't lose the fight, you can then rebuild the priest. Oh, sorry, rebuild the automatons. And then you can just keep getting more and more and more and more and more. Really, really good. Nice control with the Caraballister, though. Got to stay away from the slingers. Great control from Punkstar, actually. Really, really nice. No. If you go Leto and you're not going for automatons, then you've screwed up. You've screwed up heavy. So yeah, basically, what I've done in the past with Gaia and with Kronos, not really with Kronos, it's much better with Gaia, is I've done plays where you just basically go pure automaton and like a couple of human units. So the majority of your army is automaton. Like I'm talking 25 to 40 automaton. And the rest of your units are just scattered in there. And my opponent goes full priests and I just A-move in and kill him. Unless he has like godlike micro. Like I'm talking godlike micro. I don't have to micro. He has to. Unless he has godlike micro, he's just going to lose. Nice little movement here from Doodoo. Citizens on the pullback. Does he get a citizen kill? Yep. Unfortunately for Punkstar, the Terma, not the best unit here versus those Axemen. He does need them for the slingers. But he also should be having channels here to make the Terma much, much more powerful. Unfortunately, he doesn't have those and he's struggling. Trying to get to the heroic edge makes sense, but definitely Thea in this position, yeah. Thea over Rhea for sure. I guess here's the only exception. Here's the only exception to my Leto don't build automaton. Like, sorry, Leto, you have to build automaton rule. The only exception, and it's only one, is if you don't build automaton, you better spam the shit out of Stymphalian birds. Yeah, so Slinger will not beat Terma, I don't believe. Not at unupgraded. Once they get to like medium heavy, their range starts carrying them really hard. Of course, the Terma can also get that range in too, but these guys are doing a ridiculous amount more damage than the Slinger. It's 3.1 times 4, so that's 12.4, right? Versus these guys, which is 9 point something. Can't do math. 8.8? 8.8. That's 8.8. And this is, yeah, what I said before, 12.4. So the Terma will beat those Slingers, but the Slingers are cheaper. Actually, I can tell you exactly what it actually is. I have the numbers now, so I can just look at and read it. So the Terma versus the Slinger in terms of DPS per pop with the counter applied, the Terma is at 6.2 DPS per pop, and the Slinger is at 4 DPS per pop. However, the DPS per cost of the Slinger is less than the Terma. So you're paying less for your DPS as the Slinger user, which is a big deal. So you're going to be able to get more Slingers out and overwhelm the Terma user. But the Terma user, if they're at equal pop, they will win. If that makes sense. That is a pierce, so effective pierce HP. So per pop, the Terma has around about 20.8 more effective HP per pop in the pierce column. But per cost, per cost it's better as well. You're paying 0.6 resources per HP. PS HP, and the Slinger is playing 0.8 resources per PS HP. So it's a little bit worse. So that knowledge can really change the way you think about this game. I think I hope this video changes the way people start seeing Age of Mythology. Thank you for the donation. Ponya. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. Actually, Clemenati, I think it's the opposite. Of course, like, game experience might tell you different, but that also doesn't necessarily translate. Like, the actual... I think if the Terma is at equal pop with the Slinger at full upgrades, I think that the Terma wins. We could do that. We could do that test and just see if it is actually the case in the editor. All the stats point to it being the case. Automaton give me low-key reviving zombie vibes. True. Alright, so now there's Contarius. Now the thing here is, for Punkstar, and this is the most important part about playing versus Egyptian, is you really got to be fully aware that you don't want to take a fight until you're at full pop. Because your army wins at population versus this barracks army. Or you have to have the advantage on the army. In this case, he does not have the advantage in the slightest. He's just way behind. And that gives Dudu the victory in that fight. And now, old mate Punkstar took a gigantic L on that fight, and he's going to have to figure out how to play now. Magic, thanks for the raid, my guy. I hope your games went well against the Superstar. I hope you didn't beat him up too badly. A handful of Terma early on beat a handful of Slingers. No. Let me try and explain it again. I think this makes sense. So the reason why Slingers win early on against Terma is because you are paying less resources for how much DPS you get for the Slinger. But the reason why the Terma is going to win later on is because you get more stats per pop. So, yeah. You have to pay more for them, for the Terma, but you get more stats per pop. Big attack from Dudu here. There's really not a whole lot left from Punkstar. Never rush magic. Now you can rush magic. Just know that magic is going to be able to outget. He'll do some funky stuff. So you got to be ready for the funky stuff. Has Magic ever lost to a rush in his entire life? That could be a good point there. Can't remember. Has there been any games where he actually was under the... I guess he got rushed by Mister, but it wasn't really a rush. It was like a pressure rush. A classic Mister. Dude with the dub! Alright, hold on. Alright. Let's do it. We're gonna do this. Let's just go... Let's do a classic Magic, because Magic's here. We gotta do this for Magic. Let's go full pop Terma versus full pop Slinger. No micro, attack move, and that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. I need 60 population for a full pop army, roughly. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That'll do. Okay. And then we'll get the Slingers. Oops. Slinger, not Slingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, oops. And then, so that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. All right. Now, my contention here is that the Terma will win at full pop. So we'll go with no upgrades on the old Deuterinos. And for the Slinger Deuterinos, I'll even be kind and give you Dart for these guys because I think that the Terma will win really hard. Slingers are not 1 pop. They are 2 pop. I did not attack move here. I needed to attack move. Hang on, let me try this again. Army, attack, move. Army. Army, move to points. Make. Set area. Attack, move. Duplicate. Make. Set area. Play. If you mix in a meat shield, the slingers would win? Well, if you mix in a meat shield, then the other player should have to build units to kill off your meat shield, right? This isn't even close. The poor slinger. The poor slinger just got absolutely and unadulteratedly demolished. That was disgusting. Hang on. Was that the same pop? I need to check. Maybe I missed. Maybe I just fucked that. Maybe the numbers are wrong. Hang on. So the pop for the slingers was supposed to be 60. It is 60. Sat fat. Exactly, man. I'm here for you. And now you got the other, the Terma, 60, yeah, 60 pop versus 60 pop. All right, let's see at what point the slingers beat the Terma. I'm going to get rid of 10 pop. And we'll see if the slingers beat the that's 10, right? Yeah. We'll just get rid of it and we go. And we'll see. Can the slinger with plus 10 pop beat the Terma?
Burek, Skopos?
Plus 10 pop. I don't know what the diff on res is there, actually. Hang on, let me have a look. Slinger is resources of what? Where is it? He's got Slinger's 80? Jesus, that's cheap. Hang on. 80 times 50, 80 times 25, right? That's 2,000. Sorry, no, 80 times 60 is 4,800. And the Terma was, where's the cost? Terma is 85. 85 times 50. Yeah, so this is like way less cost on the Terma. We will watch the Matador versus Pegasus game. Ben, we've got a couple minutes before it starts. Do equal. This is less resources, less pop, beating the Slinger. What can I say? All right. What can I say? In her jib with the, I don't think this should be surprising. Of course, Atlantean is just an insanely broken civ with a broken shenanigans. It's just too strong. Oops. Kinda ridiculous. So, but yeah, this is 110% a buff Slinger angle. How is that fair? Like, the Slinger doesn't have the speed advantage, doesn't have that much of a range advantage, and still loses. I'm fine with Terminator. My angle at first, I need to get Uranos nerfed off the face of the planet. Everything else can stay put. Alright, I think this is going to be a worth a cast of Rooney. Slingers have better base damage. I don't know if that's 110% true. Let me just have a quick look. It might be. DPS of the Slinger is 4. DPS of the Terma is 3.1. So yes, they have 0.9 more DPS. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. We've got an absolute cracker of an Age of Mythology game here. Spawning in the top right-hand corner as the new and improved best Aztec is... Oh, no, I'm just kidding. I don't actually know. This is Tezcatlipoca, and it is Nox's very own Matador playing. I say the new and improved. There's not really anything new and improved about him, but he is very exciting. People are starting to get into some more specific strategies with Tezcatlipoca. I'm very excited to see people trying them out and also then trying to figure out how to counter them. Oftentimes when someone comes up with a really, really strong strat, it does take some time to learn how to counter them. And other times it's impossible to counter them and people start whinging in Twitch chat. Luckily for the YouTube chatters, they don't whinge because they know they've got big brains. In the bottom side of the map, we've got ourselves, in the bottom left-hand corner, I should say, it is Pegasus, and he is playing as Tsukiyomi. He's been cooking with the Tsukiyomi. He's been at the stove. He's been adding some spice. He's been adding some extra shenanigans in there and enjoying his life. We'll see what he's cooked up here with the Tsukiyomi. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it again. I'm struggling. I am struggling with Tsukiyomi. Difficult god to play. I don't necessarily think he's weak. I just think he is a difficult god to pilot. So here's the other cool thing here. Matador, because he's got New Moon, has a very, very interesting question to actually have to answer. Now, the very lame, no real brain thinking process for the Matador play style or game plan here would be to just drop New Moon on the armory and get yourself like full bronze for free. That would be your like, okay, that makes sense. We do that because that's what we do with Tsukiyomi. But the advantage here of having New Moon with a completely different god is that there's a whole bunch of different things we can consider using it on. So for example, with Japan, you cannot drop your New Moon on your mining camp because you only get one upgrade. Now you can drop it on the watermill, 1, 2, 3, 4 upgrades you can potentially grab with that. Sorry, I speak too soon. That you don't get 4, you only get 3 upgrades, but you could potentially get a bow saw, a survival equipment, and an irrigation here inside of that watermill. Not bad. However, if I am inside of the Kaupuli here for Matador, guess what I can get? I can get my huge farm upgrade, which is very expensive. Can't remember what it's called. Tier 2 upgrade, but it's worth a tier 3. And then I can also get bowsaw and quarry. Sorry, bowsaw and shaft mine. So very, very big upgrades inside of that Kaupuli if you want to go for that. As we do see a fairly early sacrifice there for the villager, and I think this is going to be Matador going for some early game warrior priest harassment strategies here as the villagers will just hide on the back. Of course, what Matador wants here is he wants little bits of damage, takes little bits of damage from the town center, and then just converts into the warrior priest into a Teshipla, and we will see the New Moon onto the watchtowers. As, well, he just doesn't want to deal with it, and he will have to deal with it because the Teshipla will just hang in here for a little bit, searching for some villagers to kill off, but I don't think any real damage is going to be coming into. He might be able to take out the watchtower, but we will see some units in momentarily as the Teshipla will dive forward, looking to pick off some villagers underneath the town center. Pegasus garrisons quickly. Take some damage onto the Jiragumo, not the end of the world, as the Teshipla will end up dying. The only issue here for Pegasus is he hasn't really protected his base. Yes, he's got watchtowers. Yes, he's got a town center, but the Teshipla does not care about that. He is going for cheeky little nine-tailed kitsune raids into the main base of Matador, as Matador sacrifices another villager there for some extra early favor. and also goes for the conversion there onto the Tejupla in the main base of Pegasus, as it's basically going to be a game of who can outplay the best. One villager there does end up going down as the Tejupla does get that dive onto that. One villager's going to have to dive into the watchtower over here, as the Tejupla will just sit here, play a little game of cat and mouse, a little bit of idle time caused as Juragumo is baiting in that Tejupla. Not the end of the world to take just a tiny bit of damage because he can heal up with his Miko and get his villagers back to work. And Matador is just going to continue his Tejupla raiding. Now, he picked off one villager. That effectively is a loss for Matador. One villager. Of course, there's the idle time that is caused, but he already had idle time beforehand because he put the villager into the temple and lost it. Anyways, we will see the infested nest getting dropped in here as well, as that's going to be an answer for the Naginata Riders, as the Tejupla just hanging over here, just about to fall. Of course, the Miko helping nicely to just get that heals back up, but he does need some answer versus these large scorpions. Now, the Juragumo is that answer, perfectly fine and reasonable, and then he's going to be able to take out the infested nest. Not the best usage here from Matador. This God power is a absolute godsend, in my opinion, for the early game of the Aztecs. And I'm not talking about rushing with it. I'm talking about the ability to defend off cavalry raids, to help out with your main army versus said cavalry and protect your archers, and basically just be a part of your army and be really powerful. That's what I reckon. As the Scorpions will pop out here, they're not going to get any damage. In fact, they're actually giving Bushido over to Pegasus, and Pegasus defends. He's up 2 villages, and we will see a town center for Matador behind this, which I think on this map, that's not what I would be considering to do. It's an open one town center map with gold mines, sort of all open and very easy to put pressure on. There's very much a sort of fast, heroic, full myth unit spammage type of situation here for Matador, but he's going for it. He's sitting in his main base. He's got the Maki's Coatl here. It is healing up slowly because of a relic. He's got that 9-tailed fox charm, as well as Hestia's Hearth. And he's going to be protecting himself from any sort of Naginata raids or Kitsune raids. Already in position. Really nice defense here from Matador, as the town center will be up momentarily. Now, Pegasus could just go for a town center now. If he does not want to go for an all-in, which I think he should. If he does not want to go for an all-in, he can very simply grab a town center. It's not a big deal. He's playing as Japan. Not the best thing in the world to go for a town center as Japan, but there's nothing wrong with it, per se. As the Tejupla over on this side does end up getting taken down. Kitsune will pull back, and the Naginata Riders searching in onto these villages, trying to deal with those, but they will be retreated away from. Does he get the kill? Oof, the damage! No, not quite able to, as the Naginata Rider does it get out of here. I had an idea, and I know this is, I know when I come up with ideas, people start like getting a little bit nervous, but I had an idea. There is a type of unit, and I've seen people complaining about it, so I know I'm not alone on this. There is a type of unit here that is incredibly effective. So effective that the majority of games feature this unit very, very heavily. And we are seeing this unit in this game already. That unit is the cavalry unit. My idea, and I don't expect it to ever be implemented, but my idea is that spear holding units that hold spears, so the spearman, the hoplite, the prodromus, right? The catapultes as well is technically one of these units, right? These type of units should have a little bit more snare. Not like master of weaponry levels of snare, just a little bit more snare on cavalry specifically. Just cavalry. That's my idea. Just a tiny bit. Just overall everything. And that would make the cavalry raids a little bit more manageable if you're in position and your opponent overcommits. You guys can tell me I am bonkers, but just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Anyways, the army of Pegasus now goes, hang on, you went for a town center. You madman. Let me charge in here. Samurai kill off Spearman quickly. The Kiwa archers, they can beat the samurai, but this is a tanky boy. He's going to garrison into his town center and try and just play some defense here. But Master of Weaponry for all speed, but not Master of Weaponry. Master of Weaponry did a crazy amount of snare. I can't remember exactly how much. I'm talking a tiny bit. Anyways, Hachiman on the way for the Pegasus Invader. As the Shurigamo on the back does end up going down. And Pegasus will be able to put some more pressure onto this wood line. Matador's second talent center here is starting to look very oddly placed. I like this decision from Pegasus. Not going for a heroic age, just going full send, causing some issues. There is a villager advantage for Matador, but he hasn't quite paid off his talent center yet. Anyways, and he has to go into farms and all the other good stuff. Now we get an armory coming up for Matador. Ivory Netsuke coming in for Pegasus as he's going through. Hachiman, he does have 2 Miko, so not a huge amount. For the Ivory Netsuke, it's not make a huge amount of sense, but he's going to be going for the double Miko straight away after he hits the heroic age. So that's going to be giving him some boosts. Some boosts. I would have liked to see him get the Miko out before going to the heroic age, because there's not really a rush here to go and do anything. You've got the timer basically waiting, and you just have to ensure that this gold mine is not getting grabbed. You've basically got the timer being this gold mine expiring. Yeah, obviously Pegasus here might not know exactly what that timer is, so he feels like he's on a in a bit of a rush, but get the Mikos out, get the shrines down, and the Tengu spammage is going to start coming in. And these Tengu can absolutely ravage a position here for Matador. So we still haven't seen the new moon just yet from Matador. He is going up through its Papalotl, so he will have himself access to the Purge, of which does deal with the Tengu quite... Actually doesn't deal with the Tengu so long as you have the jump. It might not deal with the Tengu if you dive out of there without the jump as well, because they are quite quick. But then again, you can also drop that Purge onto the Samurai or onto the Naginata Rider or onto the Yumi Archer and kill them all. So that can be another option as Pegasus says, hello there, I am ready to take your talent center out. I have my Tengu. I have my power. Let me take your position. You got no units. This is now my talent center. What does he get in this one? Obsidian Napping, Flowery Walls, Shards of its City. I don't know. Anyways, over onto this side, those spearmen getting blown up there. Every single time they die, the blood splatter is ridiculous as the Tekiwa archers trying to survive over here as the villagers will bail back into the main town center. What Matador needs to do while this is going on is be over here and have a castle coming up while the army is out of position. This is the way to play around this when you go 2 TCs to survive. But look at the difference in terms of military right now. It's 5.8k to 1.6k. My main man, Pegasus, has an overwhelming advantage. Purge kills 1,500 resources. So even after Purge, there's still going to be a very large amount of units remaining. Now we will see the Eagle Warriors coming out. It'll be... Okay, here's the play. Hear me out on the play. We drop Purge. Actually, you know what? Obsidian Butterflies is the play. No? If we get enough... Oh, but then again, the Tengu Masters might be able to deal with those obsidian butterflies. The problem for Pegasus is his villagers are out, ready to get taken out. The walls are not up for Pegasus. A castle coming down for Pegasus on this side. That'll be nice. I guess that you also got wood-based myth units here inside of the obsidian butterflies as they are. Now, they're not upgraded with the wings just yet, but he's got 3 of them out. Sneaking around the outside is going to be good, but look at this here from Pegasus. I love this. Tell me he's doing it perfectly. Big jump into the main base there. Purge comes down onto the Tengu Masters. Can he get out of it or not? He gets out with 2 of them. He loses 3. He gets out with 2 of them. That's not bad. That's probably around about the value you get from Curse. Is that correct? Am I lying? You get 2 kills from Curse. No, 3 kills from Curse. I think you get 3. As the new moon does come down there onto the armory, the lame usage is up to nearly fully upgraded armory there in the heroic age. Still has to wait on the bronze armor. But Pegasus, for the moment, has got the gold staff in order with 47 villagers on wood right now, spamming out the obsidian butterflies. He can't even get himself the technology there because that costs gold. Is it just 2 kills with Curse? I'm sure it's not 3. This is 250 plus 20, so 200, so 450. Oh, I guess it's 2 kills. Yeah, it's only 2 kills. Okay, he got 3, but he did use it on this thing. Thank you, Honey Nuts. You're right. You're absolutely right. If it's less than 800, it will kill off a 3rd one, right? Maybe it used to kill off 3 when you had went before the Tengu got nerfed or the cost was increased. Nonetheless, now Matador going to attempt the crazy as he comes over onto this side. There is still a big god power remaining here for Matador, but here's the thing from Pegasus. The thing from Matador here is he can sack 17 villages and then drop Purge again, and I think he can win this next fight. We'll have to wait and see. I don't think that's going to be an option for, well, at least not for a little bit. He needs to wait a couple of 2 minutes, basically, as the obsidian butterflies get that big damage off onto the front. The problem is they're now sitting here. They are doing decent damage, but not a huge amount. The big problem here for Pegasus is he doesn't have the heroes to deal with these obsidian butterflies. As he pulls back, he's now out onto the gold mine. There is a villager lead still for Matador. He has overtaken the military resource count, and he is now in a very, very good position. However, the next move here from Pegasus is a very scary one for Matador to deal with, which is Watatsumi. The good thing here for Matador is he's now going to be able to move out of his base and start looking for some damage with these butterflies, as he can send them around. And the big problem for Pegasus is once this technology Wings of its Papalotl comes through, these butterflies, they are painful. Let's get off. Nice reaction. Does no damage. I'm saying they're painful, but obviously not really. Picks off 1 Miko over there, though. Obviously not that painful. Because if you dodge the damage, they do nothing. Just dodge the damage, they say. What happens if he runs next to the villager and doesn't just auto-attack? Big brain. It's the main base. Tengu's looking for damage. I think Pegasus has got his work cut out for him moving forward in this game. Majority Archer versus all these Eagle Warriors as well cannot be good. Hang on, what? There goes the New Moon. The secondary cast of New Moon. Sorry, of New Moon. There goes the Dragon Typhoon. Not a secondary cast of New Moon. I don't even know what's happening. I can't even understand it. All the units get erased there from that Dragon Typhoon. And all of a sudden, it looks like we are back into the thick of it here. These units all explode there from the Shinigami as well. Very low HP. And Matador pulls back. He doesn't have any real defense on this position. Sacking some villages to get a little bit more favor in. Trying to mass up all the units. He's going to go in for Obsidian Napping now as well. So he can start making some Coyote Warriors or Ocelot Warriors or just more Eagle Warriors. As the army pokes their head forward. Needs to pull back. The game continues along. And where to next? Shinigami are a good answer, actually, to the Obsidian Butterfly, because they will send them flying away from them to some degree. That's the Obsidian Butterfly going to try its best to get in here for some damage, but look at that damage from the Shinigami. They just say a big fat no-no, get out of there, as the Tejipla will come through, picks off one Shinigami, going to go after the next one here. Does manage to pick off two there before ending up falling, as one Shinigami there does end up dying as well. It's this fight continuing along, Matador with the micro. And if you guys wanted to see a good game, these two players match up so well against each other. You do see both of the obsidian shards falling here, as the Eagle Warriors continue to get this damage done. Pegasus needs to really consider effectively stopping any archer production. He's got plenty of them. Just all Naginata riders and forcing out the spearmen, especially when you have the Revenant Shinigamis, to sort of open up the army there a little bit to allow your Naginata riders in. That could be really, really powerful. As Pegasus continuing to charge forward, but it is looking like Matador is holding him at bay. Bushido tier 4 is still quite a ways away for Pegasus. We see the Obsidian Butterflies coming in to get a couple of villager kills over here, chasing these villagers away. The only answer you have, and it's tough on a map like Nile Shallows, but the only answer you have versus these butterflies is to wall. You don't have another good option. You could sack one villager for the special garrison and then get out of there. But the Miko comes over. That is a dead. The Obsidian Shard over here. He's got to shank that down. He will do so. The game's continuing as Pegasus has a ways to go to catch back up in this game. And look at this control from Matador, the king of ranged units in the Age of Mythology Pro scene, it seems. Just always spacing perfectly into the main base. However, there is some raids happening, but towers are up, spearmen are in, and those Cav aren't going to be enjoying themselves. And at the moment, the big problem for Pegasus, and it is a big problem, is he needs to get out of his base and get these gold mines secured. He's got this one almost gone. This one here isn't secured. This one over here has got plenty of gold in it, but still, units going to come over here and cause some problems. As Pegasus quickly garrisons. Nice garrison, keeps his villagers alive there. Pegasus to charge in. Hard part about this micro is you've got to take out those spearmen. So you've got to be able to click on them pretty quickly and deal with those. But a tough one. Up onto the top side. Naginata riders coming in. Maybe I should turn off that blood splatter effect. What do you guys reckon? Do you guys like the death animation when the blood splatters? I like the actual blood pools at the moment. But anyways. Magic turned it off. Yeah. I don't play for the I like the distractions. In Pegasus comes as Matador comes in with those spearmen. You got to pull the Cav back. These spearmen are absolute menaces. Like the micro on this type of a fight between Yumi Horse Archer and Naginata Riders versus Spearmen, Eagle Warriors. God, this is fun. This type of micro is so fun. The Spearmen have to protect the Eagle Warriors, but you don't want to get the Spearmen dragged back to get into the Yumi Horse Archers because they get melted really quickly. You got to be really on top of it. So far, Matador does seem to be getting the better end of the trades, but Pegasus has caught up on villagers. He does. Oh! I've never seen this. This is the first time I'm going to be seeing the Shinobi coming in. He gets the tech for them, charging in, and they don't do anything, do they? Oh no. The big seen it. Oh, Pegasus. Pegasus. I mean, for Shinobi is kind of like having, what, eight Huskal charging into a full army. It's not going to work. What you could do with it, however, is use them to raid, split the army up, and then use the smoke grenade to run away. Makes some sense. Or if you can get yourself, say, I don't know, how many of these guys are there? 20? If you can get yourself, like, I don't know, 15, 14, maybe 12 Shinobi, you can take out those Eagle Warriors. Nonetheless, castles coming up all over the place. It is 2 town centers versus 2 town centers heading into... I want to call it the late game, but it feels like the mid game. Both players have got full bronze upgrades. I don't know exactly what Pegasus is trying to build at the moment. He's struggling to deal with this composition of units. I'd love to just see him building Samurai, to be honest, because while the Eagle Warriors are pierce damage dealing, they're only doing 9.7 pierce damage per second. The Samurai will be able to soak that up. They'll be able to take out the Spearmen, and that'll allow those Naginata Riders to get in there. Nice little raid coming over here. I guess one thing here the Pegasus could do is, because he's in the Mythic Age, he can just get himself the upgrades. He can pay for them. It's not the biggest of deals. He'll just turn around, take a little bit of a shank back. He's sitting underneath the Great Temple, so not a terrible idea to do that. Deals with all that. Loses a couple of villages, but picks off a bunch of Naginata Riders. That's a good value there for Matador in the end of the day, as the Great Temple comes up over here. And where are the rest of Pegasus's units? He's going on to the bottom side. What is he doing? I want to see some Shinobi shenanigans here. I have this feeling that Pegasus is having some fun here. I've not seen anyone have success with the Shinobi at this point in the game. The Shinobi, to me, is like a mid-game unit. I was calling this game kind of the mid-game, but they're kind of a mid-game unit. They're a little bit... Yeah, they've got really, really good damage stats, but they're very squishy. Which to me makes them like a mid-game unit. And now we're starting to see Shawn coming through from Matador, and this is where life gets very, very difficult to take these fights, because these Shawn are absolutely amazing. Mythic Age in, immediately sacrificing for a whole bunch of myth units to charge in onto this position. It's 190 pop, 190 pop. The army of Pegasus coming through. Shinobi going into their invis as he comes up onto the top side. He's going for villagers. He says, hello there, villagers, while this is all going on. That's going to be some big damage there. Volcano over onto this side as the army there for Pegasus needs to bail. All the villagers falling there, though, as the Shinobi now can bail out on that spot. Oh, the villagers getting nuked from the volcano, not able to get out of there. He takes down 2 castles. 2 castles, but the villagers dying up onto the top. And Pegasus says, hey, what you can do, I can do better, and I don't need no god power. The new moon comes down onto the armory again for Matador. Matador drops down to 59 population as all of these villagers dying to the Shinobi. Pegasus, fine to take this fight while he's getting value with the Shinobi. He goes into Invis. This is what Invis is, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna try and take out the town center now. You do want to drop that special ninjutsu if you have it, because it's going to boost up the DPS as well. And I think they do it automatically. Do they? Nope, they don't do it automatically. So you have to click it automatically if you want it on the buildings. But nonetheless, he's going to take down the town center. Brutal, as it's still a villager advantage for Pegasus, but he's behind on population. He's got to get his units out. He's going for Spearman. He's going for Shinobi. Pulling back up onto the top, he can take out the Great Temple. He can go after the trade route. But the question is, are there any Atontan smashes? Are there any siege units? Answer no, there is one. Ayatochli is in. That's the Great Temple on the top here, getting smacked down. Villagers on the back starting to get poked down as well. Pegasus does still have gold mines, so he can get himself going here again, but he needs to get back up to pop. That was not another new moon. Let's not get it confused. He just stole the new moon again. He might use it for 150 favor, picks off a town center. It's still 2 town centers to 1 town center, though. So this is perfectly fine for Pegasus so long as he can get his army back together here. Over onto this side. Sean 1 versus the world. I'm pretty sure this is not what you want to do. The Sean 1 is a nuisance. He goes for the invis, but 1 unit is sort of not invis. Pulling back around, trying to just distract, but Matador dealing with that for the time being. More units in queue, more Shinobi coming through. We are seeing the Onmyoji starting to come in. Onmyoji versus Eagle Warriors might be the right move. He's also got the other myth units he has to deal with, so they should be good. Just distracting the Sean 1s around. Looking for some more stuff to kill. Goes invis. Dude, this invis tech. For those of you who don't know, Tsukiyomi does have a bonus for Shinobi as well. The Shinobi get hit by the Bushido, so they're getting bonus damage once they get that extra tech in. So Cavalry and Shinobi get the bonus damage. However, Town Center under siege as the Onmyoji come through. The Shinobi trying to get through here onto those Eagle Warriors, but just not that many of them. But with the tank in there, that actually allows them to get some pretty good damage. So more Shinobi coming in to take out the Eagle Warriors, but the Town Center does fall. That being said, there's only myth units remaining. The Onmyoji will be able to deal with them, and these Eagle Warriors will end up falling here to the Shinobi of Pegasus. As all of the myth unit obsidian shards do remain, but they get taken out quickly. They are buildings. They go down quick to any sort of siege units. Now we see Ocelotl Warriors as the answer here. What a ridiculous game we are currently enjoying. If you don't like Age of Mythology, well, if you don't like this, you don't like Age of Mythology. That's all I got to say. As now Pegasus, he's got to rebuild houses. He's got to rebuild town center. Matador, he's got villages. He's got a trade route going, but he is behind on income at the moment. Militarily speaking, we're equal. So a crazy attack like this might not go all too well. However, this is majority Sean 1s, it looks like. Ocelotl Warriors to dive onto this. Purge onto the Onmyoji! They're all gonna die! No, they're not. I lied. 5 of them die. 3 of them are remaining. Okay. Onmyoji are a bulk of gold after all, so yep, you lose 5-ish. Fair enough. As the Shinobi sitting on the back in stealth, looking to dive in. They come through, ninjutsu, cast, as the Eagle Warriors will get smacked. Now the problem here is that Sean 1s do beat Samurai. So you do need to be building range units to actually beat the Sean 1. Town Center dies over here as Matador gonna pull back. We are seeing the Shinobi raids kicking back in again. As all of these Sean 1s on this side starting to die. They're chasing away the Onmyoji as the Samurai will dive in for a bit of a tank. That would allow those Onmyoji to get all their damage done. Smart move there from Pegasus. Of course, this is AoE damage versus AoE damage. Now we see the attempt to go into Jaguar Riders for Matador. Every unit under the sun in this game. Are you kidding me? Town Center attempting to come back up for Matador. Shinobi on top of a trade route is brutal here. There's only 3 of them, but still. And he can continue to just send them through. He can go invis past the 2 castles, get onto that back line. You've got to wall if you are Matador here. You've got to protect that trade route. Otherwise, you're just going to lose villager after villager after villager. Well, trade caravan. Well, I don't know. You pocket to cat. Pocket to cat after pocket to cat after pocket to cat. We do have the Onmyodo technology coming through as well. It doesn't have the favor for it just yet, but this will make these guys very, very strong as they try to get in close to the Eagle Warriors. Now, the Eagle Warriors can space these bad boys. They're 14 range versus 19, so that's perfectly fine and reasonable. But, oh no, Pegasus. Oh, he's up onto the top. A castle to grab this gold mine is very, very important. Now, this does get spotted, I think. Does get spotted indeed. Pegasus out of gold mines behind. He does have a trade route started. Yes, he does have his deer caravans. 4 of them. That's the Shinobi to come back in. He will click his invis, but the army runs. Getting on top of this is not going to be possible. And he does say, no worries, I'll bail back. At the moment, the problem for Pegasus is a problem of unit amount. He is behind population in a big way. If he can distract, wait, he goes invis. If he can distract and wait, and he should be good. He should not run straight into. He gets stunned and he gets absolutely obliterated there. These Shinobi are so expensive. You can't throw them away like that. Wall's coming up onto this front position. Okay. Now, Pegasus's gold mining operation does get caught out. He does still have gold tier. He does still have gold tier. So he can wander over onto this side and just put up another castle. No problems. Lock that position off. Now there's a third town center coming through for Matador. I want to see Pegasus go for the Shinobi raid again. It worked so well before. Just charge in here, kill off the town center with like 10 Shinobi. This army is so slow, you can catch it out. But Pegasus, for the moment, really struggling for food as well. As the Shinobi dive forward, they get sent back. Matador surviving. At least now Omyordor will come through, so these are going to get a little bit stronger. 3 town centers apiece about to come through. As the Omyorji will dive into the town center. They can pop out. Fire, pop back, fire, etc. Huge damage onto this position, though. You got to run from the Shorn ones. Once they get into melee, it's a tough time. The Pegasus is doing his best effort to try and just stay alive here with very, very little. And look at that damage. Absolutely obliterating those units. They just can't get through. But Matador has pulled in front, I'd say. He's got a trade route, a nice trade route. 35 Pocketekat caravans versus 14 deer caravans. Of course, Pegasus still has gold mines. But then again, so too does Matador. And the big issue here, the main issue here for Pegasus is he needs farms. And he will come over here and start spamming them up on that backside. Town center on the front will get torn down as the Taunton smashes coming through to smash. Meanwhile, we've also got ourselves the Necklace of Eyeballs as well as Omen of Death. This is the first time I'm going to see those 2 upgrades, as I'm sure some more Tejipla will start to come through. The one unit I want to see getting made here from Pegasus is he's got enough of these Omyorji. I want to see him make some more Shinigami at this moment. Shinigami make a lot of sense. Oh, the Tezcatlipoca incarnate comes forward. Big boy with his strut and some scary business to come in. Does this also improve this guy? Yes, it does. He gets an extra 25% hit points. We've also got the Shorn one upgrade to come through as well. Well, yeah, look, no, this guy, yeah, nah, he, don't dive him into a bunch of Omyorji. I think we need to not dive him into a bunch of Shinobi. That being said, on death, 40 damage would be quite nice onto a bunch of Shinobi. Nonetheless, the unit's coming back in to try and deal with this as the Omyorji gets some nice splash damage over onto the Eagle Warriors with good spacing, as always, from Matador as the town center is falling. And what can Pegasus do now? He's trying to hold on. Min-maxing with his onmyoji, but he just does not have anything left. The food income isn't there. And he just can't get to pop. What an entertaining game. What a wild, wild game here from Pegasus and Matador. Showing off the smoke bomb shinobi. They were so good. They did so much work for Pegasus, but he just couldn't quite get there in the end to capitalize on the advantage that he grabbed from them. What an insane game. What an insane game. You gotta give a clap. That there is Age of Mythology, if I've ever seen it. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure you hit the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you guys like Pegasus, if you like Matador, make sure you give them your support. These guys are two of the best currently playing the game, and I really am excited to see them on the pro scene competing. So, become a fan today, and I'll see you on the next one. Well, that was fun. Unfortunately, guys, that will be the end of my streamaroonie today. I have to head off and go to bed. But I appreciate y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow for some more Gimmity games. Now, John Arbiter is streaming, but so is Husk Super. So I'm going to send you guys over to the Soup Man. Hope you guys enjoy. And yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow about the same time, and we'll have some fun. Bye for now. Bye-bye.